This event occurred in February of this year. So in the morning, me and my dad and my little cousin were campfiring in the front yard area. It's hard to describe properly. So my dad told this event that occurred a week ago in our town. So according to him, a week ago, a woman committed suicide by burning herself. And after that one day, a neighbour legit saw someone screaming and burning inside the house. They described it as unreal, like the flames. They can see it, but can't at the same time, and the silhouette was clear. After that, an old man, whom I know lives half a mile down the road, actually went in front of the house cussing, threatening them as being fake. Then right after, he came home and was making fire. One of the woods beside him just flew and hit him on the head. He had to get a few stitches for that. So that's all I know about that event. Everything about the incident is just shady. It's a blur. It's like no one wants to talk about it. I may try to ask my dad for more info. Okay, this event took place in early March of this year. Me and my parents were sleeping in the living room on the floor with mattresses of our grandparents' house. I woke up at night around 4 a.m. and I saw my parents talking, so I asked them what happened. They said they can't sleep because of mosquitoes. So after some time, I decided to sleep, but couldn't because of the mosquitoes. As I was trying to sleep, I heard the sound of an anklet coming from outside. The scary part was I was literally in front of the door, and the door was open. My parents opened so the mosquitoes could go outside. My mom immediately told back to retreat to the couch and sit on it. We can hear the sound of anklets even circling around the house. We can hear it in the front yard, but there was nobody there. The porch light was on, so we could easily see. My mom said that she heard this many times throughout the years here, since childhood. At this point, we're just trying to make sense of all this, but couldn't. Around 5 a.m, it stopped. And I swear, as soon as it stopped, the sound of nature, like bugs, birds, everything, just came back. Like they were scared of what was outside. The next morning I checked. No footstep. And crazy part is that there's a hill in the corner of our house, so somebody has to climb and then descend without making any sound. And that fast. I mean, the sounds were travelling abnormally fast. Trust me, I had rolled out every possible cause, from rattlesnakes to bugs to birds, to any pranksters. Third, I saw a black shadow in the corner of our house. It was a legit solid figure and entirely black. It made no sound as it moved its arm. I don't know if it's paranormal or just a shadow. I personally think it was just a shadow. At least that's what I want to think, but I just thought I'd include it. That's it. That's all the creepy experiences this year. There are also many experiences I haven't shared. I mean, reading to this, you might think living in our grandma's house must be tormenting, but trust me, it ain't. It's really good here. Good vibes, but at night, it can get kind of scary. This event literally happened this week. So my grandma's brother passed away due to overdrinking, the biggest problem in our state. We were in our grandma's house. So 2 days after his passing, at night, some of my family members were gossiping in the living room, and I was just on the phone playing Genshin Impact, when suddenly, boom! There was a loud bang, and then followed by a scratch that came from the front door. I instantly looked up at the ventilators, and one of them was shaking, and my mom saw the door moved a bit. There was a gate in front of the front door, so the gate was basically the main door, and it was closed, so nobody can come to the door on which it was banged and scratched on. At least not a human. So last night, my family were having a conversation in the bedroom, And then the conversation suddenly turned into a paranormal one. It's rarely when they talk about this type of thing. So many stories were told by my sensitive aunt. First, I didn't believe her, but it was okay. Then my dad wanted to tell a story, and I was shocked, because surely he was a logical person. He said that he and one of his friends were invited to a party in the cabin in the woods. Great. Typical setting for a horror movie, I thought. The party was hosted for the celebration of the opening of a new business of one of the employees of my dad's friend. So as they went there, they missed the party, and they had to stay there at night. The cabin was rented out all night, so no problem, but there weren't so many people. So at night, at 3 a.m, I know it's the bad hour, or something even. So at 3 a.m, my dad and his friends had to use the bathroom, and great enough, the plumbing was broken in the bathroom, so they had to use another bathroom that was located somewhere far away from this cabin, near some banana tree. You can see the bathroom from the cabin though, so his friend was watching him from near the porch light. As my dad was doing his business, he felt the whole bathroom moved. It was just a small block for a bathroom. I know it sounds weird, but these were common before. So as he looked around him, he didn't see anything. So he did his business and came and asked his friend why it shook, even if it wasn't windy. Then the friend pointed towards the side of the bathroom. He saw a tall black figure. Not like a human, it was way too high. Just looking towards the woods and its back facing towards them. So as the figure did some motion, the bathroom used to move because a beam of the bathroom was attached to the banana tree. It was weirdly built. He asked why his friends didn't warn him, and his friends said he didn't want him to be scared. He said it felt like whatever it was didn't notice that my dad was there. That night, they just packed their bags and drove off. The friend didn't even do his business. Later, they learned that place, particularly where the bathroom is, was a burial ground. Someone built a bathroom over it for God knows what reason. Then, my aunt wanted to tell a story. She calls herself sensitive, and I don't know how much I believe her, but she surely has a good intuition. She once sensed, I don't know how to put this, but she once sensed a snake was about to bite her. And surely, it was. It was witnessed by my grandma too. So the place she lived in before she had bought her own house was haunted, at least according to her. She said every night she would hear walking in the evening hours on the ceiling, and then the footsteps led to one direction and then another, and they were heavy. So my aunt and my uncle were doing the evening chores one day. They heard the sound of a plastic bag above the ceiling. So as they heard, my aunt suggested to sage the surroundings of the house. As she said that, her brother also came in the house to deliver some food my grandma had made. They told him everything, and once again, as she said to sage the house, as soon as she did, the thing was with them. She could sense it. The room was filled with a real bad smell, indescribable. Now she was angry. She stood alone in the house while my uncle and her brother saged around the house, and as they completed, whatever it was, punched hard on the window, leaving a crack, and ran off. The thing did come few times. Like one time, there was a long thing watching her through the window, like a snake. On one day, when she was washing some clothes outside, the house near the water pump, a thing with no head and its eyes on its chest was watching her closely, literally feet away from her. She said she was scared, but calmly, she called her husband, and they went inside the house. I know it sounds so weird. I don't think that weird's the right word, but I don't know. One odd detail is that where the house was located, there was banana trees in the backyard. Now again to my dad's stories. He said as a kid, my dad and his friends were really outdoors kids, but they were asked not to go near a particular tree on the intersection near their house. People said there was a thing with no head and eyes on its chest near the tree, or attached to the tree, and by coincidence or some mystical fate, the tree was a banana tree. Why always banana trees? So my dad and his friend saw it a few times, and it was described exactly like my aunt said. He said now that the tree was cut to build a hotel. The thing moved near one of his friend's dad's shop. So as people used to go to the shop, they would always see this thing and never saw anything but a pig running. My dad said, I don't think it was a pig. There were many farms, but not here, and it was too faded and fast to be a pig or even an animal. So one more thing, he and his friend were digging a hole to actually put a pole for some sort of tent for an event or something. I can't recall what he said properly. So as they were digging just in the woods near their house, his friend discovered bones. Actual human bones. That place where they stayed, and many of my cousins too, had a rough history. They don't have much info about it though. They undo everything and decide not to continue further. Can you blame them? They came and chilled till night. When they heard something outside the house, they chased after it. Couldn't find anything when they heard the footsteps on dried leaves just in front of them. They moved their torchlights where the footsteps were coming, but they didn't see anything. He said they can see the leaves and even hear the footsteps, but couldn't see anything walking. They bolted, not knowing what to do. It's not a story as such, but rather a strange phenomenon that I still can't explain, and I'm looking for an explanation about what could have happened. I live in France, and at the time, I was living in the city of Toulouse. It was sunny and very hot. My mother just drove me back from school. She was driving an ugly Renault Twingo jungle and parked the car in front of the house, but on the other side of the road. I was in the front passenger seat. My window was all the way down. As soon as she turned off the engine, I heard footsteps on the pedestrian way just beside me. It was loud and clear, and it was with no doubt the steps of a woman, spiked heels. The catch is that there was nobody, and the sound of the steps was moving. It was a meter away from me, and I could tell exactly where it was touching on the ground. I was shocked. My mother was also. We looked at each other. We didn't understand what had happened. Time passes, and with years, I thought maybe I dreamed this. But one time at a family dinner, when I was like 30 years old, my mother asked me if I remembered this event. I thought, shit, this was real. She remembers it. I never understood what it was or how it happened. At some point, I was thinking that maybe it was the shock absorbers from the car that was dilating, as it was a hot day. But it wasn't exactly the same sound, and it doesn't explain the fact that the sound was moving. Maybe it's just that my memory is fading away, and in fact it wasn't moving, and not really Spike Heel's sound. But then my mother also has a bad memory. I wouldn't have been shocked if it wasn't for the case. I live with my partner and his kids. It's not uncommon for us to be woken up in the middle of the night due to crying and screaming. The youngest two share a room together and are the ones who we usually have to tend to. I woke up to the distinct sound of the boys crying. I looked at the clock and saw it was 3:20 a.m. It always takes me a moment when I first wake up to catch on to what I'm hearing. I listened carefully and heard it again. I kept hearing the cries, so I tapped my partner to wake up. We went together to check on the kids, but no one was crying. All the kids were fast asleep. I felt uneasy about this for some reason. I'm trying to think of reasonable explanations for what I heard. For example, when I lived at my apartment, I heard what sounded like a woman screaming in the middle of the night. I could have sworn it was a woman. It sounded terrifying. I did some searching and found out foxes can make sounds like this. Could it have been a sound from outside? Yes, maybe. The thing that's bothering me is I know how those kids sound when they cry. It sounded exactly like the boys crying out from a nightmare. It made me feel uneasy and off when we checked and they were all asleep. I had a hard time falling back to sleep. A possible guardian angel that my very close friend had not so long ago, but still before COVID. He's a Catholic priest who's very open-minded and not stuck to beliefs like appearances of angel-like creatures, or some voices which are supposed to be gods. But let's continue. He was on a pilgrimage with one of his friends from the priory. They had a mission to go through the entire country on foot and with limited money, so they could only afford food and sleep in people's houses. One day, they stopped in a small village to buy some food. They went into the grocery store and started to choose cans, but right before paying, it turned out that my friend doesn't have enough money. Suddenly, a tall man with long hair and a leather jacket came into the store. When my friend was selecting what to buy, the stranger told the cashier, "This man takes everything, I will pay," and handed him a bill with twice the amount needed for all the groceries chosen by the friend earlier. As my friend described it to me, when the man came to the store, the friend sensed from the stranger some kind of aura or very positive energy that gave hope and some kind of happiness. The man stayed by my friend until he almost finished packing, and during this, he bought something small, water if I remember correctly, then left the store. My friend saw him leaving and wanted to thank him for all the money, but when he opened the door, there was no one there. Not a single living soul, nor a car for about 200 meters in each direction. There were also no cars in front of the store when priests came there. It looked like he just vanished. It was so surreal and amazing that my friend simply started thinking he was probably an angel who helped them during their journey. What do you guys think? What kind of being, or if not a human, could it be? September 1st, 2020, I suddenly lost a very dear friend to drugs. She was a mother of a 2-year-old with cystic fibrosis and was about to be married September 23rd. I didn't really know the man she was planning to marry, and I tried very hard not to have anything to do with him. Near the end of her time, she started talking to me about the afterlife and what we thought would happen once we passed on. We became even closer through these conversations, and quickly she began sharing with me how similar my beliefs in life was to the man she was about to marry. So much so that I was confused about her intentions with us. Whenever we were all three together, she constantly brought it up, almost as if she was trying to play matchmaker, and it made him and I very uncomfortable. After she passed, things moved very quickly, and I found myself agreeing with her observations. We were both falling for each other. I felt so guilty. Everything good that was happening made my guilt even worse. Like I wasn't a good friend to her because of the way I felt for him so suddenly. I spoke to her in prayer and asked her if this was what she wanted, or if I was just being extremely selfish. One night he was at my house staying over, and we were in my room on the bed. All of a sudden, my Google Mini comes on, playing midway through Above and Beyond, counting down the days. We had not been speaking beforehand, and the Mini is on the bottom shelf of a bookshelf-type nightstand by my bed. No one could have possibly tapped it to start it playing, nor was I listening to that song at any point. We both looked at each other in disbelief. The words saying, "It's cold in the dark with no light," made us feel it was a message, so we looked up the video. The very first scene is an exact match to her wedding and engagement set she always wore. Then we see the woman's face. Dead ringer for my friend. The video seems like a woman who loves someone but can't be with him and wants him to find another love. I couldn't believe it. A few days later, we were in bed after doing the deed, and were pointed to my chest and asked, "What's on your chest?" Immediately after, my Google says, "I'm happy you're happy." I couldn't understand it, so I asked it to repeat. It once again said, "I'm happy you're happy." By this time, I'm losing my shit. My friend just watched us in bed. I'm feeling like a complete shit person, but I'm still skeptical. So I look in my Google archives to see what happened. Google shows that it heard the command, "good." That was never said. So I tested it, and it said the same phrase all day when I tried. This happened on November 30th, 2019, so forgive me if the specific details are minimal. It was a long time ago. I've done research and cannot find a similar story, so I'm hoping one of you will have heard or experienced something. Technically, the story starts on November 29th. I was 15 when this happened. I'd had a fairly bad headache from the time I woke up that morning, but I had them often, so I ignored it. I went about my day. I remember tagging along for grocery shopping, though I don't remember specifics. What I do remember is the headache gradually getting worse throughout that day. Finally, around 11:55 that night, the splitting pain was nearly unbearable. I resolved to attempt to sleep it off. I turned off my bedroom lights, changed into pajamas, and settled into bed at almost, if not exactly, midnight. I remember that as I got under the covers, I got a cold flash, so I crossed my arms, with both hands grabbing the opposite arm. In the span of about 5 seconds, 3 things happened very rapidly. My cold flash turned hot. I realized I should move my blanket off of myself, and I found that I couldn't move at all. My arms were locked into place. I tried to kick, but couldn't. I couldn't move my head. I had heard of sleep paralysis before, but I'd never experienced it. I'd had frequent nightmares from my very early childhood, but never anything more than that. The paralysis, however, was short-lived, or at least its current form was. Suddenly, my head turned abruptly. Not too far this time, but enough to be noticeable. Most notably, this was entirely involuntarily. The next part of the story, which is the actual point of the story, is the hardest to explain. This is partially because it sounds so made up, and partially because of how blurry the memory is. I saw 2 people. It wasn't in the way sleep paralysis had been described to me. They weren't standing over me or peeking from behind my closet door. Rather, it was almost as if I was looking at them on screens, a small glimpse into where they were. Keep in mind, my headache hadn't ceased. I was still in agonizing pain. The 2 were talking, though through the pain and fear, I couldn't make out their words. What I was aware of, though, is that my head would turn dependent on which of them was speaking. I don't remember in what order they showed up, so I can't elaborate on that. But there were 5 people in total that gradually appeared. Each had their own distinct personalities, though if they had names, I never caught them. It was as if they were having a meeting, but I don't know what about. The closest I can compare this part of it to is a tired child who wants to go home, but their mother is still chatting with a friend. The child can hear that they're talking, but it's all lost on them. They're exhausted and upset and overwhelmed, and they just want this to be over already. Also, much like a child in that scenario, I went unnoticed, or at least ignored. I had not yet been addressed at this meeting, never had been referred to, I didn't hear it. I felt like a puppet, a vessel for them to converse through. My head continued to whip back and forth, each person having their own position. My neck was aching terribly, but there was nothing I could do to stop it. 2 of these people stick out the most in my memory. Both seemed to be the villains within the group, so to speak. While I couldn't make out most of what was said, there were some sentences as well as non-verbal cues that I picked up on. One of them, a blonde boy, I realised eventually was mostly going along with the other for his safety. I don't believe he was bad. The other, however, most definitely was. I won't go into detail about what I learned about him, as much of it makes me very uncomfortable, and I don't want to risk violating rules or making anyone else uncomfortable. But let's just say I knew he was bad news. To make this easier, I'll call him Red, because that's the colour I remember being behind him, and not having names might get confusing in this next part. At one point, the blonde boy gently suggested to Red not to do something. Again, I was struggling to keep up, so I don't really know exactly what it was. But I could tell from the other people's expressions it was bad. But Red just sort of laughed and said something. I don't recall exactly what, about not needing him. Before I could figure out what was happening, Red had a gun and shot him. And I felt it. It was and still is the most physical pain I've ever felt. I've never been shot before, so I don't know if it felt exactly like it, but I'd almost bet it did. I remember that was the only time that any part of my body, other than my head, moved for the entire experience. My back arched. I was in agony. I wanted to scream, but my mouth still would not move. My jaw was locked shut. I watched the blonde boy fall, now out of my view. He was dead. It was horrifying, for me and the other 3 people. The other part of this worth noting is the one time for this whole ordeal that I was directly addressed. The whole time, even though the people would occasionally come and go from the meeting, I had never been alone with any of them. But shortly before this experience was over, Red was the only person present for a brief moment. Because of the nature of it, all of them had technically been facing me, but he truly looked at me. I could tell. He laughed a bit and then said, "You're never going to be in control again. You know that, right?" Then 2 of the people came back, and he was no longer looking at me. I was never addressed again. Finally, the paralysis broke. I shot straight up in bed, forced my weighted blanket off, and just shook for a moment. Finally, I got out of bed and went to my bathroom. I messaged a close online friend a very brief synopsis of the event, and the only advice they could give me was to sleep on the couch since I was so terrified. So I did. The rest of the week, I was terribly, weak. I could barely get out of bed. I told my mom that I thought I had had a fever that first night and I was sick. I didn't tell her what I experienced. And still haven't. To this day, I've told almost no one. Part of me wants to believe that it was some strange fever dream, but I know I was conscious, and I can't find anything similar online. Okay, so when I was really little, my mom and pretty much anyone who visited our apartment would always talk about how literally every day after, I'd come back from the babysitter's house. I'd go around this one corner in the living room and for hours, I'd sit and laugh and just play with something that nobody else would be able to see. And I'd do it routinely every single day. And sometimes it'd be to the point where my mom would have to drag me away because I wouldn't want to stop playing with whatever it was around that corner. However, one day, as my mom explained it, I went to go play with it. And when I saw it, I was just horrified and cried all night and basically never went over there again. And that was pretty much the end of that. Although, up until around elementary school, whenever I would go to the bathroom at night or to sneak in a midnight snack from the kitchen, I'd almost always see some type of faint, almost completely transparent figure kind of just wander around the hall. Sometimes it'd go into the bathroom. Sometimes it'd come into my direction. But almost always by the time it reached the kitchen, it'd kind of just fade out. And the same right before it'd go into the bathroom. Even sometimes if I looked at it too hard. But I never really thought much of it. I kind of just thought, oh, it might have been a really big cloud of dust. And as a kid, your imagination runs rampant. So it wouldn't be that off to think you'd see the same cloud of dust doing the exact same thing every single night in the same exact spot. Now fast forward 10 plus years. I'm 18 and I really like watching paranormal stuff, horror movies, etc. I don't know why, but after watching a bunch of ghost sighting videos, it kind of just occurred to me that these faint white looking apparitions that you sometimes see in those videos is literally exactly what I saw. Now I never was really able to make out any clear features of it, or anything notable, signifying it could have been a person. But thinking back on it, I'm certain it was exactly like that. Also, just to clarify, if it's something I can't really tell you if it's friendly, but I can guarantee you it's not unfriendly, as it'd never really do more than kind of just wander around, and not really do much more. This event happened about 7 years ago, my senior year in high school. I was out in the country at this party some acquaintances were having with my friends, and we were only there for a couple of hours at most. The party was really out in the country, probably about 30 minutes to an hour away from any small town or suburb in an already rural state. The party took place at a barn, and while we were there, my friend and I weren't under the influence of any kinds of drugs or alcohol at all, completely sober. The group I was with decided to leave the party since it was late, and one of our friends who was with us was really drunk, so that was another reason. There were 4 of us in the group who came to the party, myself and my good friend at the time, both of us completely sober, and then another friend who was moderately sober and his friend, the girl who was pretty intoxicated. As we walked out of the barn, there was a row of cars parked belonging to the partygoers that was in front of this long stretch of flat plains, with a high row of fields about 6 feet tall to the right of the flat ground. We were about to leave the party when the girl we were with, who was really drunk, had to grab some clothes and belongings in another friend's car. My sober friend and I stood there waiting for her to get her stuff, which was taking a while since she was so drunk, and started puking next to the car. As our other friends struggled to help her, my friend and I continued to stand there, when all of a sudden I saw this orb of energy appear practically out of thin air in the middle of this flat plain field in front of the cars. The orb was orange and the energy looked like some type of plasma just floating in midair. The orb suddenly morphed into a human. It was like a silhouette, about 6 feet tall with a head. It was also orange, and the energy was flowing inside the silhouette, like it was circulating and moving around. I looked away from it in shock, and a second later my friend asked, "Are you seeing this right now?" while he pointed at the energy. I said yes and looked back at it. At this point, this mysterious energy started floating to the right, towards the taller row of corn and wheat fields. The ghost-like entity took about 30 seconds to reach the taller field, and as soon as it reached that part, it compartmentalized itself back into a small ball or orb, and resumed moving into the tall grass out of sight from both of us. My friend and I were at a loss for words, and just kept repeating what we had seen. At this point, our intoxicated friends were still rummaging through their friends' cars for their belongings. There were about 15 people outside when this happened, all drunk and talking, seemingly not paying attention to what just happened. Moments later, a kid approached me who I knew but never talked to in my life. He struck up small talk with me and the conversation ended pretty quickly. Nothing too important. This may be related to what we had seen, but about 3 months later, the kid who approached me died of an accidental gunshot wound, which I thought seemed not only tragic, but oddly coincidental. After the kid walked away, our 2 other friends finally got their stuff and were ready to leave. As we got into our car, the girl opened her car to puke more, so we were stuck parked for a few more minutes. My other sober friend was in the driver's seat, and I was in the passenger seat still stunned by what we had witnessed. Out of nowhere, there were these huge bright headlights turned on about a foot from our car, which illuminated what looked to be a giant monster truck-sized pickup directly facing our car. It was elevated high off the ground due to its large size. We looked up to the driver's side of the pickup after my friend and I looked at each other puzzled and saw nobody driving the truck. Meanwhile, our two drunk friends were outside of the car as the girl puked some more, both not looking at this unoccupied truck. My friend and I stared onward at this truck, and suddenly it started reversing straight back into the flat field. It continued backing up until it drove out of sight, or more so vanished out of sight once it reached a faraway distance. After the truck disappeared, my friend and I looked at each other again and just couldn't believe it. We just kept asking, what was that, for a minute, until our two drunk friends got back in the car, ready to leave. We asked them if they saw any of what we just saw, and they said no, and responded saying we'd just seeing strange things. We left the party and dropped off our two drunk friends. To this day, my friend and I can't explain what happened that night, and nobody at the party reported seeing anything strange. I still don't know what we saw. Was the orb-turned-humanoid figure some type of ghost or interdimensional being? Was the giant truck appearing out of thin air some type of ghost vehicle? Or was the whole ordeal some type of shared hallucination my friend and I both experienced while completely sober? Could it be that the other partygoers were having fun at our expense and somehow tricked us into believing we saw ghosts when it was some type of holographic projection they displayed? That could explain why everyone around us was so unaware of what happened, but they were also all really drunk and preoccupied with other matters, with no signs of any light coming from any type of projection device, so I'm not sure if it could be that. Also, the kid who passed away 3 months later coming to talk to me immediately after seeing the field ghost seemed almost too coincidental. My mom started dating again. The guy she's seeing now has a little girl who's 6 years old and has a developmental disorder. Let's call her E. She's constantly talking about and to the ghosts. The first time she came into my room, she looked around and then stared at a corner where I often see a skeletal man standing, and then nodded her head before looking at me and saying, "This is where the fire happened." Now, when we first moved in, our landlord told us there was an electrical fire in the house at one point, but obviously E and her dad weren't there for that, nor had we told them, as we would have no reason to. She's always talking to someone in the bathroom, and it freaks people out. A few nights ago, I saw the basement lady on the landing of the basement stairs, confirming my suspicions that she's the same ghost who also goes into the bathroom at night, that the boy is scared of. She likes to open and close doors and turn lights on and off as well. Now, E hasn't seemed to notice or be able to tell that the basement lady is bad, being that she's only 6 and sometimes children don't pick up on that right away. Last night, E was sitting with me in my room watching me draw, and right as I started to feel uncomfortable, she pointed at the doorway and said, "What happened to her teeth? Hey, cut it out." We wouldn't find out what happened exactly until this morning. Her dad asked her if she saw something, and she said, "I saw a woman. Her name is Candy." Her dad asked what was wrong with her teeth. She said they were all broken. He asked her why she said to cut it out. She said she wouldn't quit showing me her teeth. So the basement lady is named Candy and seems to have taken a liking to little E. I don't know what to do, because that being is pure evil, plain and simple. We've talked about getting my uncle to come over and figure out what the hell this thing is doing here, along with a few of the others that have been causing problems. The only issue with that is that he's always busy, so it'll be hard to get a day for him to come over. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. I call it the mimic. When I was 17, for almost a whole year, Almost every time my mum and sister were out of town for the day shopping and I was home alone, I'd hear it. Keys jingling on the front door, the click of the lock, the scrape of the door sliding open and closed as the dogs rushed to the front door, barking to greet whoever just came home. I'd hear my mum or sister tell the dogs to stop and that they live here, and the dogs would stop barking and go about their business. I'd get up and go to say hi and help out things away. Nobody would be there. It stopped happening once I started staying in bed and calling my mom to see where they were, instead of getting up to greet them. Once, after my mum had surgery, she was staying at her parents' place for a few weeks to heal. I took my dog for a walk, and when I came home, my mom's dog, who was asleep in her room, started barking. I heard my mom tell her, "Shelby, stop barking." And after a few more barks, she listened and stopped. I ran to my mom's room to say hello. I hadn't seen her in a few weeks at that point and didn't know she was coming home. But her room was empty. I still don't know what it was or why the dogs listened to the disembodied voice. I don't know why it was stealing my family's voices. A lot of other shit happened at that apartment, from knocking in the walls to claws scraping down my closet door. In the same apartment, my sister had just left her boyfriend and my mom was at work. I started feeling sick one day. I grabbed a banana and went to my room to try and feel better. Almost as soon as I got on the bed, I heard a knocking coming from inside the walls. I could replicate it exactly by knocking my knuckle against the wall. I called my sister crying because I didn't know what it was and she came home. But just before the front door opened, the knocking stopped. She made sure I was all right and then left again and everything was quiet. I stood up to go throw my banana peel away, and as I was walking past my closet and out of my bedroom, I heard one final knock on the walls. A few months later, I rearranged my bedroom and set up a little reading corner, while I was leaning against my closet in a little blanket nest I made on the floor. It only happened when I was leaning against the door for over 20 minutes. But any time I'd be reading in my little nest, I would hear and feel the vibrations of the door rumbling against my back. What sounded like claws dragging down the inside of the closet door, trying to get out. It only happened 3 times before I rearranged my room again. This time, I put my bed against the closet door so anything in there couldn't get out. Mind you, my closet was completely full to the top. A kitten couldn't fit in there. So I don't know where the sound was coming from, but it certainly wasn't the 3 garbage bags pressing against the door. I still heard things coming from my closet after moving my bed against it, but I felt safer knowing it couldn't get out. I still don't know what it was in that apartment, but I'm glad it didn't follow me when we left. Back when I was in high school, 2 friends of mine, Olivia and Megan, decided we wanted to use a Ouija board. I was nervous to do it the first night, so it was just Olivia and Megan. It works, so I start doing the board with them. We do this almost every single night, trying to talk to the same 2 entities we thought we were talking to. We'll call them 2 colours that represent them well, blue and red. These 2 entities became attached to us. We know for sure there were 2 because of the physical energy you could sense from both. One was a very strong, intense energy that caused chest pressure and ringing ears. They'd appear shorter and move the planchette quickly. The other was weaker, causing only pressure and no ringing in our ears. They appeared much taller and moved the planchette slower. It was always the same physical appearance and physical energies. I have a tiny backstory for blue and red. However, I've decided not to share as their deaths are a sensitive topic that could easily trigger someone reading. It started out like the typical Ouija board experience. Electronics turning off on their own, hearing footsteps, feeling like we're being watched, tapping and banging, things moving on their own, even had objects disappear and reappear in other places. I also have a few razors that were completely dulled to the point where the sharp parts are completely gone. They're just pieces of metal at this point, not razors. It was something that never bothered us, because we didn't scare easily. Then, it escalated. They became more physical. They'd appear to us. We'd hear them talking through phone calls. You could hear them moving around through the phone. And even interacting through dreams. I've had dreams of drinking and talking with them, telling them about my dog who had recently passed, venting about bullshit, and then the one I remember most, being put in their positions before death. Olivia and Megan had the same dreams. It escalated again when Megan and an outside friend upset Olivia, Blue, Red, and myself. Megan began to experience some revenge from Blue and Red through the board and outside of the board. The things that happened outside of the board included being hit with a car door, being pushed, and having her milkshake explode in her face. The board experience she and the outside friend had after upsetting everyone goes as follows, all in chronological order. Uncomfortable, inappropriate remarks. Affecting the outside friend by bringing her to feel an overwhelming amount of anger, where she threw the planchette across the room, saying really hateful things, and then having no memory of what she had done. Board says, "You're just like me." Outside friend says Blue's name, but the board spells out Red's name. Megan starts to feel an overwhelming amount of sadness. Board says, "You tried to figure me out because you're scared," over and over again. By the time the sentence is finished, the outside friend is unknowingly saying, "I'm just like them," over and over again. Board says, "You're gonna break." Outside friend continues repeating that she's just like them, going in and out of awareness. I never heard about how they ended that session. We've since stopped using the board, but they're both still here. I've seen them. Don't do Ouija boards, everyone. I'm not sure if I know what I'm talking about or not. Many eons ago, I was really into the paranormal, and from what I understood, it takes a lot of energy for a spirit or ghost to communicate. Well, about 3 months ago, my girlfriend took her own life with a gunshot to the head in mine and our shared partner's driveway in the wee hours of the morning. I've really been struggling with the grief of her death, as she struggled with bipolar, an abusive family, and a rare bone disease. Because of this, her and I had a very rocky and at times toxic relationship, but I still loved her very much. Though she and I spent that night crying and apologizing to each other for things in our past, her death left a lot of unexplained, and I couldn't help but feel that I had part to play in the reason she took her own life, leaving me pretty desperate to speak to her. I was given a divination pendulum by a close friend and did some research on how to contact her on the other side. I paired it with GhostTube's EVP reader. When I tried, I started simple by contacting my partner's grandma. I asked her to show me what no looks like, and it swung side to side rapidly. Then I asked her to show me yes, and it spun counterclockwise. I did this a few times to establish that those were clear yes and no's. I asked her a few random questions that led to me asking her if my girlfriend was with her. She said yes, so I directed my questions toward my girlfriend. I asked her to show me no, and the pendulum swung left to right with just as much energy as when I asked my partner's grandma. However, when I asked her to show me yes, the pendulum still swung counterclockwise, but with significantly less energy. The major debate around her death was whether or not she knew the gun was loaded, because she was in the middle of a split episode when it happened. She had in the past threatened suicide when enduring these episodes, but didn't want to die when the episode was over. On top of that, she was very, very intoxicated when it happened. So I asked her if she knew there was a bullet in the gun. The pendulum swung very lightly counterclockwise again, and my reader on the phone went off and said, "Bloody." Basically, I'm curious if she just hasn't gained enough energy to properly communicate, or if because of my want to communicate with her so badly, My brain is just showing me things it wants to see or hear. I miss her dearly, and I won't deny my grief has driven me to a point of desperation, just to see her, or hear her, or know she's still with me. I used to work in a casino. One night, I was approached by an elderly woman asking about paging someone over the intercom. I tried to explain where to go, but she insisted I personally walk her to the desk where they can do that. As I walked her through the casino, she started talking to me. She mentioned she was a medium and how her family has always strictly advised her against sharing that information with people. When you work in a casino, you encounter a lot of scammers and odd people. I was polite, but tried not to engage with her much on the topic. As we kept walking, she said something to me about my sister. I stopped and asked how she knew my sister. She didn't, but started talking to me at great lengths about my family. At this particular time, my sister was going through a very difficult time in life that was impacting our family as a whole. I was skeptical, but curious. As she went on, I was careful to neither confirm or deny anything, but just listen to what she had to say. She went into great detail about how my father, mother, and even I played into the current situation. She even began to become visibly emotional, as if she could feel what my mother was feeling. I was utterly astonished. As she told me that I, being the oldest and most diplomatic in my family dynamic, needed to be more outspoken with everyone involved. Everything she had told me was undeniably accurate and insightful. But then she shifted her focus. She told me about someone I worked with, and went into great detail about what this person looked like and how they felt about me. She talked about the dynamic between us and advised me to take caution. At this point, she had lost me. I couldn't think of a single person or relationship in my working life that fit that description. I began becoming more skeptical again and reminded her that I needed to get back to work and keep walking towards our destination. She kept talking to me as we walked, and I began to once again find myself astonished as to not just what she was telling me, but also how she would go about it. Her body language, expressions, and emotional energy. As we got closer, she abruptly stopped walking. When I noticed, I did as well and turned back to her. Before I could say anything, she placed her palm at the base of my sternum, above my belly button and just below where my ribcage started. I immediately noticed a physical sensation. I became paralyzed and almost felt like she was stealing the breath from my body. I started becoming hyper-aware of my surroundings, the lights and dings from the electronic games, the mass amounts of people walking by, but everything seemed to be in slow motion, or almost as if I was leaving my body. It could have been only a few seconds. It could have been 20 minutes, I don't know. But I felt as if I couldn't breathe and my knees were weak. I started to feel like I was on the verge of passing out. Casino security saw this encounter and approached us. When security interrupted us to ask what was going on, it must have startled her because I felt this shockwave through my entire body. She jerked her hand back and started apologizing profusely to me. As soon as she pulled her hand back, I was able to breathe again and gained control back of my body. I was completely freaked out. It must have been visible because security kept asking me if I was okay. I assured them everything was fine, and they walked off. I turned back to the woman, still apologizing, and she said, "If you don't do something about that ulcer, it's going to kill you." I was so freaked out. I told her thanks, but I have to go back to work now, and quickly headed back to my office. Not only was I in a bizarre headspace, but I noticeably was completely void of physical energy. The entire experience was the most profound encounter of my life, and I'll never forget those words and the physical sensation. I was having a lot of stomach issues at the time, but I was far too scared to get medical verification of an ulcer. But if that wasn't bizarre enough on its own, it gets even weirder. The encounter happened nearly 10 years ago, and it's sat with me ever since. But recently, was I was reflecting back on it. I realised that the second part about the co-worker that initially made no sense, all of a sudden did. That entire situation played out in my life a few years ago. The description of the person and the very specific details were 100% spot on from what was described to me 10 years ago. I even realised that the entire situation was initiated nearly 7 years to the day from the moment this woman described it to me. Not only were the two incidents separated by 7 years, but the person she described I hadn't even met yet and was in an entirely different state and company. I don't know what to make of this. I've come here to see what others take. I'm open to this type of stuff, but I've always approached these situations skeptically. I'd love to hear what anyone has to say about it. This happened last night at about 1 a.m. I'm with the dog by the side of my bed, scrolling through my phone. A few minutes later, I turn and see she's gone. I start looking around the house, which is fairly small, and she's nowhere to be found. So I keep looking around, thinking somehow I've missed her. And all this time, I hear a dog constantly barking outside. But of course, I assume it's another dog. So I finally step outside and call for her, and all the other dogs come, but her. I go towards the sound, and it's her who's been barking all this time at a toad. This is something she does usually with toads. She's crazy about them. And they excrete a liquid that I assume is toxic, or at least very unpleasant, because it makes her salivate a lot, and with foam. So I take her to a little fountain to clean her up. All this time, utterly confused as to how on earth she apparently opened the locked door, went out and closed it behind her. The toad disappears. She keeps looking for it desperately, and I go back to the house. I ask my mom, my brother. No one had let her out or even heard the door opening. So I discussed the matter with my brother for a while, and then, a couple hours later, we're talking about a completely different subject when a toad appears in my room. Now, I don't know, but this had never happened to me in this house. It had to go up 3 steps to get here, so me and my brother freaked out even more. Anyway, I've never had a hardcore paranormal or supernatural experience, but I admit the toad in the end is something improbable, but not impossible, but adds to the overall bizarre experience. But the dog going outside is something I still can't explain logically, and puzzles me. I don't know if this is something that happens or has happened to anyone, but at this point, I'm starting to think that this world is pretty crazy, man. And I don't know what to believe, or if I should trust my mind anymore. Story 1. A few years ago, during the time of the 2016 Summer Olympics in Rio, I was watching the games in the family room after dinner. The television is mounted on the wall next to a door that leads into the garage. Prior to this incident, I would lock the doorknob but leave the deadbolt unlocked since I'm home after all, and would lock the deadbolt when I go to bed. During a track and field running event, the door suddenly flew open but stopped short of hitting the wall, as though the force that opened the door double-backed onto itself. I jumped up from the couch and peered into the garage from the door, calling out, "Is anyone there?" Silence. I repeated myself, but was still met with silence. I closed the door, locked the doorknob, and sat back down on the couch. Suddenly, I was struck with the realization that the doorknob unblocked itself. I stood up again, locked the deadbolt, and continued watching the Olympics in peace. For the next 3 days, I locked both the doorknob and deadbolt early in the evening, before coming to the conclusion that I just imagined what took place. So I eased up on the extra security and locked just the doorknob. That very night, while watching a recap of the games in the family room, the door suddenly flew open, hitting the wall. Even as I write this, the echo of the door impacting the wall still rings in my ear. I got up and called into my garage, Is anyone there? No answer. I asked, who are you? Still no answer. I closed the door, and just like a few days before, the doorknob was unlocked. I locked the doorknob and deadbolts and continued watching the Olympic recap in nervous silence. After the second incident, I always made sure to lock the doorknob and deadbolt when I'm home. My door hasn't opened on its own ever since. Story 2. Early summer 2019, I had just come home from work earlier than usual because the group exercise class I went to at gym was cancelled. As I made my way up the stairs to change, I heard what sounded like a buzzing sound, but couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from at first. I went to my bedroom and spare bedrooms, but it wasn't coming from there. When I went to my bathroom, the sound got louder. I opened the cabinet beneath my bathroom sink, and one of the toothbrushes in an unopened 4-pack was switched on. I couldn't even press through the packaging to turn off the toothbrush. I was forced to open the packaging to access the off button of the toothbrush. For the life of me, I just don't know how the toothbrush turned on by itself like that. Story 3. I have a 3-light floor lamp at the opposite side of my bedroom next to my desk and computer. I use this light only when I'm working at my desk in the evening or during the weekend. I never turn this on in the morning since I get ready for work in the master bathroom and use the lighting in there instead. When I leave for work, I make sure all of my lights are off. When I came home from the gym one evening last December, however, I was surprised to see that all 3 lights on my floor lamp had been turned on. Except for when I first bought the lamp and tested it some 10 years ago, I've never turned on all 3 lights at once since. I looked through my whole house to see if anyone else was inside my house, but no one was there. A few nights later, it happened again. Same floor lamp, and all 3 lights were on. Another search of my whole house yielded the same results. Nobody else was inside my house, except me. I resorted to unplugging the floor lamp and only plugging it in when I use it. I haven't come home to the lights on ever since. I hope it stays that way. This happened 2 years ago in June, July, in Poland, where we live. I got a call from my aunt asking if I can come and meet her where she works. I agreed, and we met 30 minutes later. She asked me if I could look at the place where she worked because she needs to leave to see her boyfriend, D. I asked why, and she explained that just before she called me, D had called her. He and 2 of his friends, F and J, were on a road trip not far away from where we live. They decided that they wanted to go on a trip to shoot with some wind cheater guns for fun. They decided to drive to a point on a hill where a small old bunker is. The bunker is so small that only 2 people can enter, and it's only one room with windows facing every direction. My aunt said that for now that's all she knows, and she needs to go get them from there because somehow they can't leave. She added that all of them were scared to their cores. I stayed at her job, which is a cigarette shop, and waited for them to get back. They got back in less than 10 minutes. As I said before, they were close to our location. When they left the car, my aunt's boyfriend sat in front of the shop with his friends, and they were pale from fear. When I say pale, I mean their faces were basically white, and they were not saying a word. I waited patiently for them to tell me what had happened. When they arrived at the spot, nothing was wrong. They got out of the car and started to prepare their air guns. They went on the roof of the bunker, which was around 1.5 meters high, and started to shoot for fun. They were shooting the rocks, etc. No people were around because there were no houses there. As they finished, they started going down from the bunker, and it was at that moment when he noticed something very, very strange. Their car was standing there in plain sight, around 10 meters from where they were shooting from. At first glance, nothing had changed, But then he noticed that there were bricks piled up from the ground, up to the chassis of the car, around every single wheel. It was like they had driven straight in the middle of some kind of wall. But let's not forget that it was in an area close to an old bunker, with an old dirt road. There was zero possibility that they had not noticed it after leaving the car. All three of them had run straight into the car and locked themselves in. Dee was the one who was driving that day. He started the car normally, but the vehicle just could not move. Like these little walls around the wheels were strong enough to prevent them from driving away. They all started panicking at that point. Jay ran out of the car and started to kick the bricks to set the car free. At some point, he was certain that it's enough and that the walls were destroyed, to the point that maybe they could leave now. He entered the car. Dee tried again, but now the car wouldn't even start. Third guy called a friend from a city close to their location and asked if he could tow their car to the city. He agreed, and after 10 or 15 minutes he called them back. He was standing on the road down the hill and could see them. He called to ask for the directions because somehow he couldn't find the way that led up the hill. At some point he started screaming that something went out of the woods near them and was running straight at their car. F said that the guy was screaming like he was afraid for his life. The only problem was that they were not seeing anything running at them. Nothing had left the woods, which they were all seeing from up close. At this point, they were all screaming, and it was all very hectic. The funny thing is that the guy who was supposed to help them just hung up and left them there. After a couple minutes of straight-up panic, they managed to stay quiet for a moment, just to try and hear if anything is walking nearby or something. After a few seconds of silence, something knocked on the window of their car. The knock sounded like it was made of something metal. It was the window on the right side of the car, the window facing the forest. After that, Dee called my aunt, and then she called me and went to get them as soon as I was at her job. Dee was really scared while telling us what had happened, but it's not the strangest thing. The weirdest thing is that his two buddies were silent. They hadn't spoken a word since they arrived at my aunt's job, and she told me a couple of weeks after that. They were pretty strange after the incident. No one is talking about that day anymore, but I'm still so curious about what actually happened there. My grandma was dying of cancer and came to stay with us. There were a number of reasons that we didn't leave her in a nursing home. The main one was that we wanted her to be comfortable and with family. We didn't have a room for her, so I had to move into my mom's room, and my mom moved into the living room. My grandma ended up dying in my room in early December 2019. The first haunting I noticed was when I was home alone, taking a shower about a week after she died. I started hearing my dog flipping out and barking. I thought nothing of it, as we live in an area where there's lots of wild animals, and finished my shower. After walking out of the bathroom, I froze in terror. The door to my room that we had kept closed since they took her body out, as it smelled strongly of death, and it was impossible to get the smell out, was wide open. That alone freaked me out, but when my mom got home, and I didn't even tell her about the door yet, I heard her complaining that she could smell death in the driveway, and I also heard her mention it wasn't smelling as bad in my room. Second haunting. My grandma was crazy at times, and liked the sense of power she felt having us on hand, and she would constantly call my mom for something. She would call for really small things like, I want some more chocolate. Look at this thing on the news. Look at this video, etc. After a while, we had gotten used to hearing her call for us. The thing that was really creepy was me and my mom were sitting on the couch after she died, and I swear I heard her call us. And being so used to hearing her call, I paid no attention to it. But then I remembered she was dead. My mom looked at me just as bewildered as me and asked if I heard it too. and I nodded. After cleaning out the room and getting the smell completely out, I moved back into my room at the beginning of quarantine. Shortly after, I would randomly feel this uneasy feeling at night, even without thinking about the fact that I'm laying in the same spot of the room where my grandma died. I would randomly feel eyes burning into me. I would start sweating and getting chills. My heart would race, and sometimes my breathing would be a little bit off. As a kid, I was about 6 to 8 years old at the time, 1993 to 95. I lived in Richmond, Virginia. Me and my sister and a group of our friends were playing in a common area between the apartment buildings we stayed in. I found a wooden box buried in the dirt, just barely sticking out from under the grass. Me and the group buried it and opened the box. Inside were 3 brass bells with what appeared to be markings along the outside. These bells looked to be about 3 inches long and were meant to hang from a loop in the brass at its top. Me and my sister took one, a friend of mine and his brother took another, and I forget who took the third. Now this is where it gets weird. We rang the bells just playing with them all day long, before going home and getting ready for bed. I woke up in the middle of the night on our plain mattress on the floor that me and my sister shared as a bed. We were very poor at the time. I felt as if I was being watched, and felt a poking on my shoulder. I knew my sister was in front of where I was sleeping because I could see her still sleeping. I turned around and saw what looked like a small, hooded figure, about 2 to 3 feet tall, staring at me. It had huge eyes and kind of like a grey alien with a chevron-type slits where a mouth would be. Me and this thing just stared at each other before I hid under the covers, scared out of my mind. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't wake up my sister, so I guess I passed out from fear. The next morning, I told my sister what I saw, and she didn't believe me. I didn't think the bells and the event were related at this time. We soon moved back to my grandparents' house in Texas after my dad was laid off, where I still played with the bell. And it seemed every time I did, this thing would show up. I'd get scared, hide under the covers, and pass out. I kept trying to tell my sister about it, and I think the bell was to blame. She laughed at me. We were going to stay at another grandmother's house one night, and I insisted I sleep in my grandparents' room, on the floor, giving up the guest bed. I gave my sister the bell and told her to ring it, and she would find out for herself. That night, all I could hear was my sister's blood-curdling screams. As my grandfather went downstairs, I already knew what was happening. They found her catatonic and hyperventilating. All she could say to me between tears was I saw a tall one and a little one, and they looked like aliens. This started a long stream of nightmares and night terrors for me to know that what I saw was real. Skip ahead, and I'm like 10 years old living in San Antonio. We told our friends of this at the bus stop, and the 2 Korean sisters thought we were full of shit. So we looked through our closets for the bell, finding it and giving it to them the next day. That following morning, the sisters threw the bell at us, saying to keep it away from them. They said they woke up in the middle of the night when something was at their window. They turned on a nightlight, revealing an alien-looking creature staring at them through the glass. My sister removed the ringer from inside the bell, having been too freaked out by this point. Skip ahead, and I'm now 12 years old. I find the bell in a drawer and fix it. Still thinking I may have just been freaked out by E.T. as a kid or had a huge imagination. I rang it. That night, I awoke the same thing. The feeling of being watched before being poked on the shoulder. I turn around and there's the hooded alien creature. In my mind, I think I must be dreaming. This cannot possibly be real. So I reach out and knock twice on the thing's forehead, like if I was knocking on a door. The creature took a step back. I leaned back into my bed, and both of us were surprised I did this. And yes, This was very real. I was not dreaming. That's when the creature emitted what I believe was a high-pitched telekinetic sound which made me pass out. I woke up and took the ringer out of the bell and hid it. Hid it so well, after a few moves, we lost it forever. At 16 years old, I awoke in the middle of the night to what I felt was something watching me again. I turned around and there it is again. No bell, no ringing, just hear it randomly years later. We just look at each other before I just laid my head on the pillow and closed my eyes, passing back out. My sister to this day believes what she saw, and so do I. I almost want to see it again, just to ask it what it wanted and what the bells had to do with it, if anything at all. I'm not sure if it was a spirit, alien, monster, dimensional being, but to this day, I have questions about what I saw. I wasn't able to sleep facing a wall till I was 25 years old. I had to have my back to it for years. And whatever happened to the kids with the other two bells? I used to drive for PAM Transport out of El Paso, Texas. We would usually pick up a load in Laredo before driving to either Detroit or the Carolinas. After a 2-week stint, we picked up an empty trailer to take back to El Paso from Laredo, our home stretch run per se. We would take a route from Laredo to Sanderson, Texas on Highway 90. Sanderson is a small town where you wonder what the people do there for fun. We asked this to a Stripes gas station employee, and she said, "Go to Fort Stockton or drink." A real pretty but desolate desert drive after you pass the Pecos River from Del Rio, Texas. It was nighttime now, around 1 a.m. as we entered Sanderson. It was dark and was a barely lit ghost town at this hour. We drove past the Stripes where we would usually stop for food and drinks, since it had been closed for hours by this time. We continued north out of town towards Fort Stockton. My driving partner Miriam, a Mexican lesbian aged 40, came and sat in the passenger seat after sleeping in the cabin. She asked where we were at and was excited to get back to Juarez to see her girlfriend and son. Now, Highway 90 is only a 2-lane, two-way road, and it winds around a rocky, hilly desert landscape. My headlights reach out only so far before seeing the next bend come into view. We were joking and talking, more excited to get home than tired. I had only been driving since Del Rio when we switched. As I continued to drive around a hill and came straight away, a large brownish creature ran into the roadway through my headlights on all fours. It had spikes along its back, had iguana-type legs and a small head with glowing red eyes. But what was the most strange feature was the tail. It looked like the bushy tail of a raccoon. The skin of the creature gave off a glossy green tint just under the brown hair from the headlights. The creature, from tail to tip, was exactly 1 lane length across, about 8 feet. And I would say its back was as high as a VW bug car. This was not a small creature. The creature ran across the road and into the darkness of the desert to my right-hand side, and up a hill as I passed it. Me and Miriam looked at each other to see if we both saw the same thing. I said, "Did you see that?" She looked at me with fear in her eyes and said, "Don't stop," which I kind of did want to, just to validate I wasn't hallucinating. I kept driving and eventually came home. I wondered a lot about what I saw. Was it a skinwalker? I was almost sure it was until I listened to Coast AM. And another trucker explained that he saw a Chupacabra and explained in detail exactly what I had seen just months before. Only he saw it under a street lamp somewhere in West Texas. And then I remembered Sanderson was surrounded by ranches and probably 1,000 goat herds. And there were sightings in Mexico. Sanderson is 20 miles from the border. So to this day, I'm certain I've seen the real Chupacabra. And it's no hairless dog. A few weeks ago, I started having some lucid dreams about the house that my family lived in back when I was a teen. That house appeared to be pretty haunted, and my family constantly witnessed some strange paranormal phenomenons in it. I haven't really thought much about our old house because I would very much rather forget. But at night, when I fell asleep, it was like I was physically back in that house with my family and the spirits that were there. About a week after these dreams started, I had one specific dream that scared me a lot more than the others. I fell asleep and went in the same dream pattern, but this time there seemed to be something wrong. I was constantly freaking out about a specific corner of the house, and my uncle, who happens to be very in tune with the spirit world, was in the dream and was trying to get me to calm down, but I was really freaking out. He took me to that corner of the house and had me stand in the spot I was freaking out about. I stood there for a solid 3 seconds before it was like the world around me disappeared into a black abyss, and there was just this thing right in my face. Its face looked like it had been melted and molded together, and it was just screaming profanities and insults in my face. I freaked out and started screaming, and the dream started switching back and forth from that thing in the abyss and the reality my family was in. And while my mind was freaking out in that abyss in the physical world, I was dragging my sister down the hall, and my family was trying to pry her away from me. When they realized they weren't going to get my sister away from me, my uncle grabbed me and screamed at me to wake up. And as soon as I did, I snapped awake. First things first, I'm a 23-year-old who lives in Colombia. My uncle built his dream home in a big lot, which about 150 years ago used to be part of some big farm, called haciendas over here, such as Pablo Escobar's. Well, back in those days, these lands witnessed horrible crimes. Thieves were hung, deserters were shot, farmer girls were raped and such and such. Supposedly in my uncle's lot there used to be a tree long ago. This tree was used to hang people in the hacienda. My uncle has 2 daughters. I love them very much. The first year, my oldest cousin said she felt bad vibes in her room. She used to have this dream where a black man was on top of her and tried to rape her. She would wake up with marks in her arms and feeling strange. Later, those dreams were more and more realistic until one day, she swears she woke up in the middle of the night and felt the man on top of her. She couldn't see him, but she felt him. Then she felt him touching her, and she passed out. Every night from then on, she would feel horrible. She would wake with bruises and cuts all over her body. A priest was called and an exorcism was performed. She vomited sand and couldn't remember anything about the exorcism. My uncle and my other cousin swear she was talking in an inhuman voice. The priest performed the exorcism for an hour and a half. Her room has been cursed ever since. When we would visit my siblings and I had to sleep in there. I swear every night at 3 a.m. you could hear footsteps outside the room. The bathroom door would open on its own without open windows for the air to flow. One night, I woke up for no apparent reason. When I turned myself to the other side, I saw my cousin's face staring at me with a blank face. I was stunned, like, what the fuck are you doing here? This entity then lifted itself from my bed without making a sound and left the room. I knew it wasn't my cousin. Lots of strange things happen in the neighbours' houses and in the streets in this little citadel. There's about 30 lots in this old farmland, and there have been security guards who have seen witches, dead kids, and so on. Pretty creepy place. In my country, witchcrafting is a serious problem. It affects people's lives and does bring certain interesting stories every once in a while. Though witchcrafting is more often thought to be practiced among the lowest class of people in the city I live in, It's something even the wealthiest people tend to look for in order for businesses to be successful. Women clutching for slightly successful individuals so they fall in love with them and getting all that juicy money. Old men trying to marry very young girls and keeping them with them until they die. You name it. If you really crave something in this country and have zero morale, you do what's called a work on someone, which is the same as casting a spell on them through witchcraft. Not everyone can do a work on someone. There are lots of scammers, and there are a few actual witches who actually know how to cast a spell on someone. Ruin, fame, money, love, anything you want, as long as you're willing to pay the price. These witches actually exist, and they're thought to pass their knowledge and skills from generation to generation. Some of them are outright evil, and some don't get involved in certain topics, just like you and me. Witches have their personal morale. When I was younger, I used to bike a lot. I loved mountain biking and exploring trails. It was one of my favourite activities outside studying hours. Now, my work takes too much of my time for me to keep on biking trails. I biked trails alone, accompanied by strangers or accompanied by friends. One day, I found a particular trail by a ravine, which by that time of the year was dead dry. It flooded with water when the rainy season happened. I made a mental note to explore it some other day, as I was very tired. Next day, I asked a friend of mine if he wanted to bike with me in the afternoon. So we went to bike the trails. It was getting dark, and sooner than later I found the ravine. I told my friend we should head on and explore it all by foot. Given there should be no one this late way out in the hills, we just left our bikes by some bushes and headed with our phone lanterns on. The place was creepy as you can imagine. Trees crooked inwards the ravine, had no leaves on their branches. They looked outright dead, which was strange, given everything outside the ravine was very much alive. We climbed about 30 meters, and then the dry ravine evened, so it was much easier to walk through. We kept on going until we felt this very bad vibe in the ambient. Putting it in words as a challenge, it felt like something squeezed me from all directions and made me feel like I weighed 1,000 tons. I told my friend about this, and he said he felt the exact same thing at the same time as me, so we bolted. We got the fuck out of that place, hopped on our bikes, and went home. That night, I had one of the most terrifying and lucid dreams of my life. I was back in the ravine, night darkness, steep rocks, dead trees with no leaves by the sides. I was walking it again. This time I was alone with a very dim light in my hand, when suddenly the silhouette of the back of a woman appeared in my sight. She was 15 feet away from me. I felt fear, but didn't know why. She turned and faced me. She had the face of a human, but her expressions didn't exist. Try to picture a porcelain doll's face, only this one was coming towards me slowly. She had no feet. She had a long black dress which almost touched the ground. She was levitating towards me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. She was face to face with me. She raised her left hand and placed her thumb on my forehead. It burned, but it was a cold burn, like putting ice too long on the surface of your skin. I still couldn't talk, couldn't scream, couldn't move. Felt like vomiting or passing out. Felt my lungs empty and not being able to grasp for air. Forehead still burned. This bitch in front of me started to look like a corpse little by little. And then she smiled. That's when I woke up sweating cold. I was shivering and my forehead still hurt, but not as much as in the dream. Went back to sleep not long after. Next morning, I still felt slight pain on my forehead and had this horrible migraine. When I was brushing my teeth, I noticed a light mark on my forehead right where it hurt, right where the dream witch had touched me. I called my friend and asked him how he slept. He told me he didn't sleep much because he had nightmares all night. I didn't elaborate much, but I knew what he meant. Told him we should get back to the ravine and investigate, only this time we should go in daylight. He didn't want to go back, but I knew I had to go back to understand more about this lucid dream. Back in the ravine, the place didn't look as creepy as it was during the night. I kept on going and passed the place where my friend and I felt off the previous night. This time, I didn't feel crunched by nothingness. Walked about 5 minutes, and then I saw it. Right before me, there stood a shrine. I knew what it was when I saw it. Hen heads were placed along it. Blood was spilled on the makeshift rocks that made the shrine. About 3 cheap whiskey bottles littered the ground along cigarette butts and torn out pieces of paper which were burned. I felt the sickening feeling of despair, headed out of the ravine and went straight to church. On the way there, I told my friend he should at the very least get some holy water and pour it on his forehead, and told him what I had found. After church, I went back home, showered and slacked off all day because I was on vacation. Night came by. I had no dreams this time. Ask any Muslim, we believe in Jinn as part of the creation. Human made from clay, angels made from light, and Jinni made of smokeless fire. As a kid, I wasn't scared of them, because not really raised with Muslim knowledge, though my family is Muslim. I was super scared of ghosts, the devil, and demons as seen on TV. Now, I don't believe in those, but I do believe in Jinn, the same way I believe there are angels. Jinns are supposed to be invisible beings. Invisible to us anyway. And they're not demonic in nature. They're supposed to be like us, be able to choose between good and evil, so have free will. We also believe that Satan is not some fallen angel, but that he is a Jinni. Unlike angels, who were incapable of disobeying God, he chose to do so. Now, back to the actual stories. I had 2 encounters in my life so far, but heard many stories from other people and family members. Both encounters happened during my holiday in Algeria, the birth country of my parents. One night, around 10:30 p.m, I was sitting with a cousin on the external stairs of her house. Her house is very close to the house of her uncle and his wife. So basically, when you sit on the stairs, you can see the wall to their house as close as a broom's length. There is only one street lamp, and it was very far from the house, at least 20 meters. We had the full shine of the moon. We were alone in the house and were chatting when suddenly I saw the shadow of the torso of a man quickly passing on the wall. I dismissed it as fatigue. I continued my conversation when it suddenly came again. I asked my cousin if she's seen that too. She said yes. As soon as she said it, the shadow quickly passed again and again. We were creeped out, but still tried to be rational. Maybe it was the shadow of the uncle. We called them out and the aunt showed up at the window. The uncle was at the mosque. The angle of the light of the street lamp made it impossible for the shadow to be like it was. It was as if a man was standing right in front of the wall and the source of the light was directly in front of the wall, like when we do shadow puppets. Now, mystery number 2. I had 2 aunts and a few cousins sleep at our house. We were all sleeping in the living room, all of us women. So that you get the setting, there wasn't a single soul in the house outside the living room. And of course, no one could silently break into the house. There were metal bars on all windows and doors. Many families installed that during the terrorist years that terrorized Algeria in the 90s. I woke up in the middle of the night to the voice of a panicked cousin. I was hearing someone, or something to be precise, using the toilet tap and the little plastic bucket we used to clean ourselves after a passage to the loo. The water was pouring and then stopped. Then we heard the plastic bucket being put on the floor, and then some splashing, etc. My cousin, who also lives in a Western country, was saying, "What's this? What's this?" Her mum told her to ignore it for her own good. My cousin insisted on going and checking, but everyone was telling her, "No, leave them be, leave them be." She gave up in the end, but she sure was creeped out. I was more like, oh, they are cleaning themselves. So some can be good, some can be bad. You might have one or even a family of them peacefully cohabiting with you in your house. Some of them might want a peaceful home, so if you argue too loudly, you might hear a plate breaking in the kitchen, telling you to shut your mouth. Happened to my mum and gran. Some of them might hate you and want you to move out, and then you'll be experiencing poltergeist activities. And one of them might be a feminist and possess a very harsh, misogynist uncle of yours and change him into a feminist too. Except now, he'll have occasional possession spasms and speak to her as an annoying life companion. What are your Jinn stories? So this dates back to my first grade year of elementary. I went to school in Brownsville, Texas, a battlefield for a war. Anyways, I was in class and my teacher had gone around the class to hear us read one by one. I was a bigger kid, so I sit back in the back corner. I read my paragraph. She said, "Good job." I looked to my left and I saw a white lady in a pink dress looking at me. I gasped and went pale. They called my mom to pick me up, and my mom took me to my great-grandmother's house, who came from San Luis Potosi, Mexico. She was a curandera. She was talking to me, telling me not to be scared, that they know I can see them and want my help, that we have Don or some type of spirit for our family. I didn't really pay attention to that, since I only had some experiences with sleep paralysis and hearing buzzing sounds in that state, or getting out of it and waking up and then instantly falling asleep again. But nothing beats this one experience. I was into shrooms for spiritual purposes and healing. So it's my girl's first trip and we're at her house. We had an amazing trip, but on the come down, we're in her room and she says, "You know there's a ghost there?" So I jokingly said, "Let me test this out." Now what happens next mind fucked me. So I say, "Okay, ghost, my grandma said I have power. I want to test this out. If you can talk to me, please give me a sign." Her TV turns on. Now, she uses her phone to turn it on and off, so I'm like, whoa. But I say, that's a coincidence. Then I was like, I need a better sign. And it started turning off and on the TV. And at this point, I'm convinced, but not enough. My girl is freaking out, so I ask if it's a girl or boy. Now, my girl has a Fire Stick, and it has slides from Hulu or Netflix. So this thing made the TV go white and then static, and then popped up a pic of a lady. I freaked out, but I respected it. I said, "You're able to go rest and be where you need to be. Thank you." While my girl turned off the TV, me and her are freaked out. I felt some type of energy around my body. I felt weird. It was a cold, weird feeling, almost static-like. Then we let time pass and started smoking a joint. A cop passed by and my girl asked if they could come to her house. I replied with, "No, nobody can mess with us in here." And my phone, which was on the counter, started playing music. I looked at my girl and me and her freaked out. I asked, "Are you still here? Give me a sign." And the TV turned on instantly and my music changed. I was super convinced. What does this mean? The ghetto where I'm from is divided by a golf course. On one side of the street is project housing, and the other side, nicer homes built in the 30s to the 90s before the projects were there. I lived in a 1934 two-bedroom house. bright yellow tile. I was 26 and lived with my girlfriend. After living there a few months, my girlfriend started saying she felt uneasy in the hallway, which was very small and had a crawl space in the ceiling. I brought my dad over to get up there and take a look because, could be something scary up there. He found nothing, just insulation. A while later, I took a nap for about 2 hours. My girlfriend in the next room is folding laundry after work. She comes to wake me up, shaking my shoulder. She asks how long I'd been asleep. I said a couple hours. She said, "So you didn't just walk through the house?" I said, "No." She said, "But I just saw you walk through the hallway." "You sure?" "Yes." It wasn't me. No one else in the house. Fast forward a year. I'm trying to quit smoking and I lost my vape. My buddy has been staying at my house for a couple of weeks. He's helping me look for my vape. I walk out to the car and get in the driver's seat. I'm digging between the seat and the gear shift. Suddenly, something or someone is talking in my ear. Not whispering. Right in my left ear. There's that son of a bitch, right there. I'm frozen. It's the dead of night. No one is around. My buddy is still inside. I finally, after a minute of complete silence, open the car door and go back inside. I tell him what just happened. That's when he said, probably the same person that calls my name at night. He's been hearing someone say his name from behind him on the couch he slept on at night. I'm creeped out, but not enough to move. The rent was great and I wasn't easily shaken. Fast forward a few months. My mom comes over to pick me up to go shopping. I throw on a shirt in front of the hallway and say, "Hey, how's this for today?" My mom turned around and her eyes went over my head. She started to back up and tried to adjust her eyes. I said, "What?" She said, "A black shadow just went up the wall behind you and into that room." I thought, oh, so now there's that. Fast forward to a few months later, I'm watching TV in the living room with my buddy. We hear a loud bang. We go into our kitchen and all the cabinets are open. A single jar of Nutella on the floor and a huge punch hole in the wall beside the refrigerator. Interesting. I'm still not leaving. Fast forward a few more months. My buddy moved out. My girlfriend and I broke up and she moved. I was living there alone for the first time. I go to lay down one night. My bed was freshly made, so the covers were tight. I cut the light off and laid my head back. Suddenly, there's pressure on each side of my feet, like something has one hand beside each side of my feet, and pressing down as if you look over the top of me. It lasted all of 30 seconds before I sat up and put the light on. Nothing there. Still not moving. I got a new girlfriend. She starts staying over. Says she sees faces in the mirror in the hallway. I'm like, yeah, weird things happen here. Nothing has ever tried to harm me, so I stay. This goes on for a couple of months until one day I come home to my girlfriend in the porch. It's dark. She says she will not go back to that house while I'm gone. She convinces me to move. I'm in love. I wanted her to be comfortable. We're in our new house and I'm on my laptop going through old photos and videos taken at the old haunted house. I find videos of myself being recorded from my laptop, but I'm not pressing the record. It was videos of me watching TV, working out, leaving my bedroom and walking through the house. Stops on its own. All videos were about a minute or so long. Went to the courthouse and found records where the owner and also town sheriff had died there of old age. And the community seems to believe there was a brothel there at some point due to a red light on the porch. I'm sure that was just a rumour. One of the neighbours said someone had shouted at them in that house, but there was no record of it. I could go on about other instances in the old haunted house, but I've gone on long enough. It was 2009 to 2013. Rent was $625. I wish I'd never left. Last week, I visited a family in Georgia, USA. It was in their home that I experienced my first shadow figure. I was sitting in my brother's living room, chatting with my sister-in-law while she watched television. From where I was sitting, I had a clear view of their dining room. Out of the corner of my eyes, something in that room kept getting my attention, but by the time I turned to look, there was nothing there. So I put all my attention on that room, and within a minute, I saw a large shadow figure with arms and legs against the back wall. It then quickly moved across the room and into the hallway that led to that room. I quickly sat up and looked behind me, to the left at the front door. That door has glass panels on either side of it that run along the length of the door. If someone was walking outside, I thought, approaching the house, that might be the source of what I was seeing. There was no one outside, nor could anyone walking outside at that hour project a full shadow into the interior of the home. My mind registered the fact that I'd just experienced my first shadow person. I said nothing about what I'd seen to my sister-in-law. I doubted she would believe me, and if she did, what would hearing about a shadow figure in her home do to her psyche? It wasn't my job to tell her what I thought her house to be haunted. We continued our conversation for a couple of minutes, and then, wham! We heard a loud noise from their bedroom. I looked at her, she looked at me, and started toward the room. Now I'm a little spooked. I followed her down the hall. There, on the floor of their bedroom, was a metal water bottle that my brother uses. My sister-in-law explained that she placed that water bottle on the bench that backed up to one of the walls. She picked it up, put it back on the bench where she set it previously, and quickly walked out of the room while making spooky sounds. I was spooked by this, to the point I downloaded a flashlight app to my phone and kept it on as a nightlight for the next 2 nights. I was there for another few days. I had no more experiences. To start off, I'm an open-minded skeptic. Somebody who always tries to find the scientific answer instead of branding every noise as a ghost. That said, I never dismiss the possibility if none of the logical answers fit the situation. I'm currently seeing a girl, and we got onto the topic of the paranormal and supernatural. She was telling me about her experiences going to see a medium, and she was describing certain family members that apparently came through. Let me paint a bit more of a scene for you. We were sitting in her living room, and I was on one side of the sofa, she was on the other. The position I was in, she had 2 French doors leading to a back garden. She didn't close her curtains, even though it was dark. Weird, right? Outside in her back garden was very dark. No immediate street lighting, no security lights, no garden lights, etc. Opposite the doors was the wall her TV was mounted on, which also had the doorway to the kitchen. The kitchen light was on, as was the living room light. In the position I was in, I was looking at her, but I could see the French doors out of the corner of my eye, and due to how dark it was outside, I could see the reflection of the room extremely clearly. We were chatting away about her experiences with the supernatural and whatnot, which may have added to something with the power of suggestion perhaps. We weren't talking about any one specific thing, just supernatural things in general. She'd mentioned members of her family, how they'd act, the kind of people they are, etc. But I kept hearing things in the kitchen, which she wasn't hearing. I would say I do somewhat have sensitive hearing, but nothing outstanding. The sounds were more of cutlery and plates being moved in the sink. You know the sound like if a spoon is inside of a bowl and somebody is moving the spoon? Her sink isn't actually that big, and I thought perhaps some of the things in the sink were maybe put at an angle, and they just moved on their own. Then I also thought, she has a dishwasher and a washing machine very close to the sink. Whilst they shouldn't cause vibrations within the sink, there was a possibility they caused just enough vibrations to cause them to move. I was also hearing somebody moving around. Another thing to point out was that she was a son who was asleep upstairs. I assume he was asleep anyway, as he does have a habit of getting out of bed. However, I heard nothing from upstairs other than the typical house settling noises, the odd floorboard here and there. The flooring in the kitchen was lino on top of concrete, so there were no floorboards or anything to squeak. But you heard shuffling and heavy footsteps moving around. The footsteps certainly sounded like somebody was trying to be quiet. This furthered my belief it was her son that had come downstairs to see who she was talking to. I was waiting for her voice to suddenly say, "Mommy," as he does, but he never did. The biggest thing was seeing the reflections. As I said at the beginning, I had a perfect view of the reflection. I could see the doorway and part of the kitchen very easily if I looked. As I was hearing the noises, I tried to stay calm and not get distracted. After all, the last thing I wanted to do was worry her, saying I can hear somebody in her house, but I started to see somebody in a kitchen. At this point, she hadn't told me much about her family members that had passed. The conversations were mostly about her living family. However, I remember clearly that out of the corner of my eye, I could see a man poke his head around the corner of the door frame, look into the room, and then pull his head out. I'm physically getting goosebumps typing this. It was a quick motion. It was as if somebody was on the other side of the wall in the kitchen, right up against the wall, and was poking their head around to see who was in the room. This happened around 4 or 5 times, and safe to say, my heart was beating quickly. I could just make out a few physical features. I believe he either had very short hair or was quite bald, and he looked to be somewhat tall gentleman. I'm 5'8", and I'd say he was at least 6 foot-ish. Whilst I was startled at this, after a few moments, I got more of a playful feeling, and the feeling that I got was that of somebody who was just being nosy. Like if a family member makes an excuse to do something, but the real reason is they just wanted to know what's going on and have something to gossip about. I didn't say anything about it, but it certainly freaked me out. Fast forward a few weeks, and I'm back at her house. We're in the same positions we were last time, and we got onto the topic of the paranormal again. She then started talking about her medium experience, but this time started to chat about her grandfather that died and some other family members. The medium said she had family around her all the time, and other than her grandfather, the only other person she can think of was a sister who died when she was newborn, and she would be 35, I think now. I then proceeded to tell her what I saw, and I even reenacted what I saw. I got her to sit in the seat I was in, told her where to look, and I did what I remember the figure doing. Safe to say, she freaked out. I told her what I felt when I saw it and described the figure, and she just stared at me and said, "I think you saw my granddad." She told me the majority of her family were the kind where if she had a boy over, they'd end up with their ears at the door, listening to what they were saying, purely to be nosy. I first want to start out saying that I'm a complete skeptic when it comes to most paranormal experiences. I do not discredit anyone who had a paranormal experience. However, I do believe that most paranormal events have a rational explanation. That being said, one of my earliest memories involved the first time I climbed out of my crib. I don't remember much, but what I do remember is vivid. I was in my parents' room and had been put to bed. My grandmother came down from out of state, and that evening, she and my parents were in the living room playing Yahtzee together. While in my crib, I distinctly remember a puppet of an old man hovering over my crib, giving me the most menacing and angry glare. I did what any young child would do and immediately hid under the covers. When I peeked out from the covers, the puppet was gone. This was the first time that I had ever climbed out of my crib. I then ran down the hallway into the living room to my parents. My mom then picked me up, and proceeded to carry me back to my crib. I don't recall having any further encounters that night or in the future. For most of my childhood into my teen years, I wrote that off as a bad dream. Until I was about 18 years old. I rode in the car with my brother, he's 4 years older, and told him about the experience. I told him about a dream I had of a puppet hovering over my crib. My brother asked me if it was an old man. Bear in mind, I had never spoken about this to him before. I said, yes, how did you know? He told me that he was in the bed across the room and recalled a night where he saw the old man puppet hovering over my crib. He said he got so scared that he hid under the covers. And when he peeked his head out, both myself and the puppet were gone. Not sure if anyone else has had this experience or a similar one. If anyone has a rational explanation, I'm open to it. But any inputs would be helpful. Both of my paternal grandparents passed away back in 2019. They were a huge influence throughout my life and helped raise me and my sisters alongside our parents. My sisters and I have always been close with them. When they died, I was in an abusive relationship at the time. They never got to meet my now husband or our newborn daughter, who they would absolutely adore. Since their passing, I haven't had any dreams with them in it. A few weeks ago, I had a dream where they visited me. We were in a white space. There were no objects, no scenery, just white. My grandparents called out to me and rushed over to me to say hello. I had my back to them initially, but turned around to greet them, happy but surprised. My grandmother asked me how I was doing. My grandfather stepped up and did his military salute, greeting me as my maiden name, Officer Smith. At this time, my grandmother turned around and playfully smacked him on the chest, saying, "Jones, Paul, she's Jones now." He laughed and exclaimed, "Oh, you're right." My grandmother then asked me how my husband, Daniel, and our daughter, Karina, were doing. Then I woke up. The dream almost made me cry because I missed them so much. I wished so badly they could have met my husband and daughter, instead of seeing my mental health crumble at the hands of an abuser. The dream seemed so realistic to me. Makes me wonder if they were letting me know they're still here and still watching over me. The first time it happened was late 2020, during the pandemic. I was living in an absolutely tiny house, as it was all I could afford at the time, being a uni student and all. My room was so small that the only pieces of furniture I could fit in there was my bed and wardrobe. It was on the ground floor, right next to the front door of the house, and due to this, I could hear pretty much everything that was outside the house. One night, I was home alone, and I did a usual routine of smoking a joint and reading some manga in bed. It suddenly became completely silent, to the point where I thought it was odd that I couldn't even hear the wind outside. I chalked it up to me being too tired to carry on reading, so I decided it's time to go to sleep. I get off my bed and turn off the light, hit the switch and turn around, and holy fuck, there's someone sitting in my bed exactly where I was. This person looked like a woman in a sundress with a paper bag over her head. She wasn't looking at me or even facing in my direction. She was just sitting there, facing forward like a mannequin. So naturally, I switched the light back on and of course, she vanished. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well that night. Every now and then when I'm trying to sleep, no matter where I am, I'll experience an unnatural silence and then I'll see her. She's never looking at me, never even interacts with me. It's like she doesn't even know I'm there. Sometimes she'll be standing in some corner facing a wall. Other times she'll be sitting on a chair or even on the foot of my bed, just looking forward. As soon as I rub my eyes, do a double take, turn on my phone's torch or switch on a light, she's gone. I have no idea what she is or what she wants with me, but I've decided to call her Baghead, as that's literally all I can make of the situation. She seems harmless, but what I can't seem to wrap my head around is the intense fear I get when she appears. It's honestly like nothing else I've ever felt. Now, I've been in some horrifying situations in my time. I was even stalked by a tiger the last time I was in Bangladesh, but even that didn't fill me with as much fear as whenever Baghead visits me. I've experienced sleep paralysis a few times before, and let me just clarify, this is definitely not that, as during these visits, I'm always conscious and able to move. As for drugs, I've been clean for a month from all substances. The last time I got a visit was about a week ago. I was responding to some messages on my phone. Then that silence hit me, like I was in some vacuum. I then momentarily looked up, just to see Baghead sitting on my bed, facing the wall. My blood ran ice cold, like a reflex. I faced my phone screen towards her, using its brightness to illuminate what I could, and of course, she vanished again. But holy fuck, I can't stop thinking about her. I have this horrible feeling that one night I'll see her, but this time she'll finally face me, and I'll see what's under the bag. Even just thinking about it has me freaking out a bit. It's gotten to the point where complete silence has me feeling incredibly anxious, as it always makes me think she'll appear again. So let me set the stage a bit. It was around 11 PM at night. My mother worked nights till 6 AM. My father worked out of town, so it was just my cat and myself. I was getting ready to go out for the night, and whenever I was home alone, I turned on every damn light in the house, because the whole layout was just eerie. I decided to jump in the shower. My cat follows me all the time, so he just lay there while I showered. While I was showering, I heard my cat meowing at the door, which was a bit out of character. So I peeked my head out of the shower curtain and saw him clawing at something under the door. Thinking nothing of it, I just continue while every so often I hear him scratch at the door and meow. I get dried off and dressed and open the door. Well, the lights were all turned off, minus my bedroom light. I convinced myself that I may have just forgotten to turn them on, knowing damn well that I did. So I call my friend to hurry and pick me up. As I'm sitting in my bedroom, my cat is pawing at my window, which had blinds pulled down. So he would stick his paw between the blinds and look out the window like he always did. My room was on the top floor, so my cat and I watched out the window, waiting for my friend. He finally pulls up. I head downstairs and notice that the lights downstairs were all off. So I hit the lights on as I passed the switches, making a path towards the main door. I ran to my friend's car and explained the weird events that had just happened. As we look up to my bedroom window, I can see my cat pulling the blinds down, looking out the window at us. But that's when my body stiffened up and chills hit me. The blinds flipped back up, as if his paw released it. And as I looked at the front door, we saw my cat outside on the front steps. My cat had followed me outside without me knowing. My friend peels away in fear, and as we drive off, I notice another light goes off. As we drive about 4 houses down and I call the police, it takes about 4 minutes till they arrive, and I give them my keys to enter the house. I wait about 15 minutes and then come back out and tell me that everything was fine and nobody was there. The only thing that he said was out of place was that all of the lights were turned off. Till this day, I still don't know what had happened. My family no longer lives there, and I still haven't told my mom about that night. I wasn't alone. I live with my mom, her boyfriend Roger, her roommate Caleb, and another roommate named Sarah. So it started with a couple of things a while ago. First, it was some normal, unexplained mysteries, but nothing to lose sleep over. Then, Sarah heard an incredibly loud bang coming from the garage, which she thought either an animal or person was in there, or someone's tyre popped. In the end, we got home, and then us and Sarah went into the garage and came up with nothing. Then after a couple months of nothing much other than some occasional bangs and tapping, things that could be explained by just being creaks and moans at the house, and the dog and cat looking at what seemed to be nothing, the usual animal stuff. But last night, we were playing a board game, and my mom tossed the die across the room by accident, and it flew into the kitchen. However, when we looked for it, it was nowhere to be found. To be fair, our first search wasn't that good of a search, because we weren't super focused on it, so we gave up and took a die from another game. We finish up, and Mom and Roger go to bed, so me and Caleb start searching for the die again. We moved the fridge and the oven and looked under and behind, both to no avail. And we checked every possible space, and the die is bright yellow, so there's no way we missed it. My mom swears that she isn't messing with us, but what's really scary is that when I go upstairs to go brush my teeth and use the bathroom, when I'm about to leave, I get a text from Caleb. "Hey, I can hear you, I'm in the bathroom, what's up?" Which one? For clarity, my room and Caleb's room are connected by bathrooms. 2. I'm three walls and 20 feet away, meaning he could hear me saying anything, which I also wasn't. My TV was off, so there wasn't anything he could have confused with a whisper of someone saying his name over and over again. Then, a little shook up, I walked over to my room and opened the door to see, you guessed it, a yellow dye in my bed. That night, after going to bed at 2 a.m. out of fear, I had a lucid dream of waking up in the house and everything that I usually out of superstition close. Closet open window, wide open doors opened, everything. The lights start flickering before everything stops. The light bulb pops and the door slams shut. My wind slides closed and the fan spins so incredibly fast it breaks. And breaks through the wall. Afterwards, I waked up drenched in sweat, muscles sore and voice gone. I just sat there for a minute, questioning if what just happened was real. I passed out again and didn't dream, but next morning, I found a crack in the wall where the fan broke in my dream. My family and I lived in this house. We moved around a lot, but this house ended up being our home for a good number of years. This is where I had my first real experiences. It kind of started with unexplainable things at first. I'd hear knocking on doors and walls. The floors would creak or you'd hear footsteps and someone walking up and down the stairs when no one was on them. Doors would randomly open and close, and many, many objects would be moved around the house, sometimes broken. Then, one day I saw him, a shadow man. All I remember was that he was tall and entirely black, as dark as midnight. I never felt any hostility from this man. I used to have a strong sensitivity to auras and vibes, and this man didn't have a bad one. I just felt like he wanted to be recognized and acknowledged, almost like he wanted a friend. My family never saw him, but they believed me when I spoke about him, as they could hear him walk around the house, saw him use doors, or when he moved things. My mum eventually had a baby boy, and she made me promise not to tell him about the man. I never did. In fact, soon after my brother was born, I never saw the man again. But one day, as I was heading downstairs, my baby brother came screaming and crying, running out of the living room. I was scared he'd hurt himself, but he started screaming, "It's the man! It's the man!" As he does, a toy car following him out of the room. I was in shock when I saw it. My mum lost it on me. It took so long to convince her that I never told him about the man. This then happened a lot. He'd scream and cry, running to my mum about the man, and always a toy would follow him or turn itself on. But it was never the same toy. We then eventually moved, partly as mum was scared and didn't believe me the man wasn't a threat. We then moved to a new house. Everything was fine at first, but then weird things started to happen. Things that were pushed back on the side would fly off the counter and be smashed. We again heard strange noises and doors moving. Then I had 3 experiences that I remember so vividly. The first, I was wearing shorts. I felt something brush against my leg and then lick it. We had dogs, but they weren't allowed upstairs, so I went to take them downstairs, and I saw there was no dog. They were asleep downstairs. The second, I was alone at the house. I was singing along to a song when I heard a female voice singing with me. As I kept singing, the voice was getting closer, but something felt off about this voice, and I knew I didn't want it near me. So I shut off my music and stopped singing. The voice and presence disappeared. I replayed the song and sang along to it, but I didn't hear the voice again. The third one is arguably the weirdest. I had an open-faced wardrobe that was thin but very tall. It was pressed up against my bed, and at the bottom of it was a kit for a metal car I was yet to build, with loose pieces everywhere. I woke up one morning to see my wardrobe on the floor, but what was weird was that it had rotated 90 degrees. I never heard it fall. My mum walked by my room and asked what I'd done. I said it wasn't me. I hadn't woken her or anyone else in the house. I had a really difficult time lifting and rotating this wardrobe, but as I did, a corner of the wardrobe tore a huge gash into my bed, something it didn't when it had fallen. Still to this day, I have no idea how this wardrobe fell, rotated, woke no one, and didn't damage my bed. Nothing happened for years and years after this. This is when I started to stop believing. I know these things happened, but I questioned if maybe there were excuses for them, or maybe I just imagined or forgot things. Early this year, we lost my nan suddenly and violently to cancer. It was my first real death as an adult. One day, I went shopping, and usually, I have no interest in apples. I literally never buy them, yet I saw some pink lady apples and just decided to buy them. Later that night, as I was going to bed, I heard some knocking in my flat. It worked its way round my kitchen and towards my adjacent bedroom. As it neared my bed, the knocking stopped. Then I heard crinkling plastic right by my ear. I thought it was a neighbour, as I had no plastic by my bed, and went to sleep. That night I woke up in the middle of the night, craving food. I randomly picked a pink lady apple. It was one of the best things I'd ever eaten. It was so good, I had another. As I was getting back into my bed, I heard crinkling plastic again. It was the exact same sound. Then under my foot, I felt some bubble wrap that I'd forgotten to put in the bin earlier that day. I went to sleep, just ignoring what I'd realised, telling myself that there was no way something had stood on that bubble wrap a few hours earlier, right beside my bed. I later told my mum how much I loved the pink lady apples. She then told me they were my nan's favourite apples. So in 2013, my parents were just divorced, and I was around 11. My dad had just found a new house to buy from an old couple that passed away. Anyway, when we got into the house, everything seemed fine, but it felt weird being out of my childhood home and in this new environment. However, the house was really nice, and it had 3 floors. The 3rd floor was previously an apartment for the old family's daughter, and was really sweet. I got the whole 3rd floor to myself, which sounds a bit spoiled, but honestly, I think my dad was just trying to compensate for the divorce. For the first year, nothing happened and all was well, but 2014 is where my weird events started. I should mention, my father is completely blind and has been for around 40 years. I was sitting next to him talking as he drank from a pop can. He sat it down as we talked, and I looked down at it, and I saw it move a few inches and suddenly stop. And for me being 12 at the time, I was horrified. And I told my dad about it, and of course, he didn't believe it being anything negative, because he's religious. That was the real start of everything. A few weeks later, I was sitting in my dining room alone at night doing my homework, and I had one of those long dinner tables due to the family being big. I was sitting at the head of the table and rolling a pencil down the table and going to get it, because I was a huge procrastinator. Anyway, one time I rolled it, it randomly stopped and it rolled back to me, like someone pushed it. I was anxious, but didn't think much of it, but looking back now, I know what it was. Going into 2015, I started to feel uneasy only on the 3rd floor, and I didn't know why. It was the winter of that year, and I had a space heater set up in my room because it gets cold up on my floor due to the heat of the house not being connected up there. I walked into my room after I just arrived from my mom's house, since they split custody. It was dark in my room and very cold. I had my back turned from the space heater as I set up my Xbox, and then all of a sudden, the space heater turned on, and I heard the beep of it turning on. As soon as that happened, I felt chills down my spine like someone was watching me or trying to get my attention. After that, I started seeing dark figures in the night. It was darker than dark. I'm not really sure how to explain it, but sometimes I could make out figures, and at this point, as I was getting older, I was getting very uncomfortable. It got so bad to the point where I would wake up in the middle of the night and see things looking right at me. They didn't have any distinct features, but I could just tell they were staring. I had to start sleeping with the lights on to stop how uneasy I was. After 2015, not much happened until 2018 because I slept with the lights on. I figured by age 16 I shouldn't be afraid of that, and so much time has passed that I basically forgot about it. I should also note occasionally, even with the lights on, I would still get chills down my spine. In 2018, I started dating my now ex-girlfriend, and I had her over to my dad's house, and she would tell me months later that the first time she went into my room, she instantly felt uneasy, and ever since. When she told me that, I told her all that I've experienced, and she was scared to come back to my dad's house. I eventually convinced her like a week later, and when she came back, we were laying in my bed, and she had this sticker on her finger from like a new piece of clothing I had. It was a small sticker about the size of a fingernail with a little M on it. We were both talking, then all of a sudden it flew off her finger and stuck to the wall. There was no wind or anything, and she instantly teared up and would rarely come back after that. In December, I was over at her house and watching Ghost Adventures with her and her sister. Then, I told her I was going to lay down for a little nap in her room because I worked all day. I was laying in the bed alone when I heard someone whisper right into my ear, as if they were standing right over me. "Hey." I quickly jumped back in shock and ran into the living room and asked if either of them did that, and they both had a confused look on their faces. My girlfriend at the time knew I wasn't lying about what I heard due to the sticker experience. I went home later that night around 2 a.m. and was taking a joking video as I drove up to my house, mocking Ghost Adventures, because I thought it was so overdramatic, it was hilarious. Anyway, as I pulled into my driveway, I saw down a back street a blacked out figure staring right at me, and then it started walking towards me. I quickly jumped out of the car as it walked towards me and ran to my house and entered the pin to unlock the door as soon as I entered my house. I looked out the window. No one was there. I FaceTimed my girlfriend and told her about everything. Needless to say, I left my lights on that night. The next day, I promised her I'd go thrift shopping with her because she loved it. It was never really my thing, but I was with her, so it seemed fun. When I got to Goodwill, we were looking around and my back started to burn really, really bad. I went into the changing room and took off my shirt, and I had 3 scratches on my back and another 2 right below it, and it was red hot. I know I didn't catch myself on anything or get scratched. I called her in, and she was genuinely afraid now. A week later, I was in school, and I started to feel that burn sensation on my chest. But it was below my chin, so I couldn't see it. I had my girlfriend take a look, and she saw what she thought was letters and took a picture of it with her phone. It was the Roman numeral for 6. truly believed at this point that something was out to get me and went back to leaving the lights on in my room. But after that scratch mark, it suddenly stopped. I don't know if it was trying to send a sign or what. Anyway, fast forward to now, I don't use my lights anymore. But the other day, I was setting up my Xbox just like before, and the heater turned on by itself again, and I got the uneasy feeling again. I don't know if it's about to start back up again and mess with me, but I'd figured I'd write about it and keep you guys updated. If anyone knows what this could be and why, I would love to hear it, because I'm seriously stumped, and it's been going on for a long time, and has only been getting more and more intense. My family moved here about 3 weeks ago. It's a really cool house. It's pretty spacious for where it's at. It's got cool features like super nice Wi-Fi, a pool with a slide, and a door system with a passcode lock. It's by far the coolest house I've ever lived in. Anyways, I haven't had a lot of irrational fear in my life. I believe in ghosts and spirits, but I've never had first-hand encounters with them. I think most stories people tell aren't real, and I wonder if mine is. I don't know if it is, but I figured I'd share some details. The first night I got here, I had to take a 5-hour flight, so I was pretty tired by the time I got home. When I got to the new house, I looked around for a little bit, called my dad, he told me which one was my room, and I came in and went to sleep. I woke up at like 3 a.m. with my door wide open and lights on all over the house. I was pretty sure I'd turned at least some of the lights off, so I was kind of anxious. But I also figured it could have just been my mind making it up. I got up, turned off the hallway light, closed the door, and turned off the light in my room. I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't want to go all around the house because I'm a wuss. The next day, I had no problems. I bought a pizza and chilled out by the pool. I was loving living in this mini mansion by myself. A few more days went by, and one night I was watching moonlight in my living room when I fell asleep on the couch. I woke up naturally at about 2 a.m. on the recliner chair. The lights were off this time rather than on, and I knew I'd left them on. I sat there for a moment and then realised there was something moving in the kitchen. I watched in terror as I saw a bald man walking across the kitchen. He had an abnormally large head, almost like a light bulb with this grinning smile. The room was illuminated only by the glass screen door to the right of the kitchen. He just started walking back and forth through my kitchen. My heart was pounding. My phone was dead because I fell asleep, and I just stared, holding my breath, holding myself completely still, doing my best to hold back my shivers. He kept walking back and forth, opening drawers. He did this for about 10 minutes, until he looked over at me and then walked out of the house. When he left, I sprinted upstairs and looked outside, only to see nothing. I figured it was a dream. I went downstairs and checked the door. Yep, the automatic lock is good. There's no way anyone could have gotten in or out. At midnight, my passcode lock refuses entry, and you have to have the physical key to get in. I chalked it up to a hallucination and went to bed. The next night, I played some video games online with a buddy of mine. We were having fun until I walked down at about 11 p.m, only to see the front door wide open. I had left earlier to go get some food, but I remembered closing it when I came home. I was unnerved by this, but still thought not a lot of it. I went to sleep about 11 p.m. that night. I was sleeping normally until I woke up at 3 a.m. again to see the lights on outside my room. I swore I had turned them off. I heard footsteps outside walking up and down my hallway. I sat in horror again, lying in my bed, trying not to make a noise. I had thought maybe someone had really gotten into my house when I had left the door open. However, the lights turned off and nobody left the house because I would have heard it out the window. So once again, I figured it was just my mind playing tricks on me. This brings us to last night. Well, more like this morning. Last night, I went out to get food again. When I left my house, I remembered closing the door and turning the lock. I heard the click and I left. I ended up going to Five Guys. And when I got home, I was mortified to see the door wide open. This time, I was highly scared. I snuck into my house, closed the door and locked it. I went into my kitchen and grabbed one of those steak carving forks as a weapon and went through the house. I checked each room, turned on all the lights, and made sure no one could get out. I called my dad. No good. He didn't pick up. He's in New York, so he was already asleep. I hung out and waited for a while and figured I was just crazy again. I went upstairs, and after an hour on my phone, I fell asleep. This morning, I woke up in a rush and saw the man standing in my doorway staring at me, only to sprint away when I got up to chase him. I got up and grabbed the steak fork again and ran after him down the hall, for there to be nothing there. This is what prompted me to write this. I saw him in broad daylight and he responded to me following him and threatening him. I figure he's not real, something my mind is making up because I'm here alone. But has anyone had hallucinations like this? What do I do to stop having these? I've had a few small things happen to me over the years, but I've always wondered about a cluster of incidents which occurred over a very short period whilst I lived in a digs house in college. Hopefully, someone may be able to shed some light into what I experienced. It was my first year. I had started college and settled into digs accommodation in Dublin, Ireland. Digs, for anyone who doesn't know, is somewhere students live when in college, and usually involves renting a room with a family in their home, at a fraction of the cost of college or university accommodation. I was living with an older lady and her 2 adult sons who were older than me, and quite pleasant. The lady herself was nice, if a little old-fashioned, and over the first semester, all was well. It wasn't until near the end of my second semester in April that I was left bemused. The first occurrence was something I could only explain as bizarre. It happened when I went to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. I slept upstairs along with the rest of the family. My room was closest to the stairs, with the landing shaped in a U. The bathroom was across the hall, at the other end of the U, a good 10 to 15 strides away. I used the toilet and all was well. I tried to be as quiet as possible returning to my room to not waken anyone. However, no sooner had I shut the door and turned to make the journey back to my room, when what I can only describe as a black fog descended on me. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark, and maybe the sudden movements from getting out of bed had caused me to hallucinate. But no. This was more than a trick of the mind. It was almost as if I was able to physically swipe at it with my hands and see it move coherently as I did. I was panicked, but I didn't feel the need to scream. I tried to fight my way through it, but I barely felt as if I could move. After what felt like 30 or 60 seconds, it cleared. But as it did so, it left me dangerously lingering over the top step of the stairs. I could have sworn it took no more than 2 or 3 steps in my panic daze, but I shook myself down and rushed back into my room, locking the door and leaving the lights on for the rest of the night. The following morning at breakfast, I mentioned nothing and all was normal. Over the next few days, everything was fine until about a week later. This time it was a dream that scared the living shite out of me. I was asleep in my room when I found myself dreaming of a familiar place, my grandmother's home. The house was a typical 2-story Irish farmhouse. It had been renovated about 12 years before my dream, but I was witnessing it as it was when I was a young boy. I can remember taking the details of the old stonework in when the front door opened. It was my grandmother, delighted to see me. "Come in," she exclaimed, greeting me with a hug as she guided me into her home, as it was when I was a child, pre-renovation. It was at this point I feel I should disclaim my grandmother had been dead 11 years. She took me to a seat at a kitchen table, made me some tea and a sandwich, and started talking to me. I can't distinctly say what she told me, but I remember it being extremely positive, along the lines of "I'm proud of you and what you've achieved. At this point, I would have been happy for the dream to finish, however, it took a dark twist. I can remember witnessing my grandmother's face beginning to twist and contort into something unrecognizable. I got up to run away, and as I did so, I noticed her feet were not human, but hooves which I imagined were goats. As this being who was once my grandmother took notice of my horror at their hooves, they echoed a piercing, bellowing screech of laughter, and it was at this point I awoke. This wasn't like waking from any nightmare, or even sleep paralysis. Oh no. I awoke to find myself upright in my bed, sobbing uncontrollably, with my digs lady banging on my door to see if I was okay. After a minute or so of composing myself, I threw on my dressing gown and opened the door to chat to her. I could see that she was visibly concerned, and it was obvious to her that I had been crying. She asked what had happened, and I explained I just had a bad dream. I could see she was apprehensive to even question me further, but I sensed she really wanted to see if I was okay. She looked at me alarmingly and said she had heard me crying for a few minutes. I looked back at her horrified, but managed to pass it off with a joke, telling her, "If you don't laugh at the nightmare, I'd had you might as well cry." She smiled and told me if I needed anything, just give her a call. I entered my room again, now puzzled at how I could have been crying in my sleep. But I chalked it off as a freak episode and got myself ready for college. A day later, I returned back to my family home for the weekend and told my mother of the dream about my grandmother. I left out the eerie ending, and she simply told me to say a few Hail Marys for my grandmother. That was a Saturday, and that night, the final incident of this saga occurred. Again, it happened whilst I was asleep, but this time in my own bed in my own house. I awoke too early in the morning for my liking on a Sunday. I looked at my watch on my bedside locker to see it was 5-ish. I was still half asleep, but I could feel a burning sensation coming from my legs. I gave my leg an instinctive itch and was ready to roll over and go back to sleep. However, when I touched my leg, I immediately could feel what could only be described as a 7 or 8 inch long scratch mark on my inner thigh. It was the kind of scratch you'd associate with an animal, but my dog didn't sleep inside our house. It was quite obviously fresh, and my own nails were much too blunt from biting them to even attempt to cause a mark so striking. I kind of ignored this incident, and a week later I moved out of my dig's house, and I've not had any kind of experiences even remotely as wild as those since. At the time, I was at a loss for an explanation, and to this day I still am. I never brought up anything that happened with my dig's family, nor with my own family, apart from telling my mom a vague version of my dream. This happened in January of 2019. My stepdad had been in our family's life for 30 years, before he was diagnosed with cancer. He never had any biological children, but he had me and my sister, and we couldn't have asked for a better stepdad or granddad for our children. I was with him when he was diagnosed, and with him for all his treatments. From the very beginning, there was no question of who would take care of him. It was going to be me. He and my mother were split up at the time, and it just seemed natural that I would be the one to do it, because of how close we were. And honestly, I considered it an honour. Unfortunately, his prognosis was not very good, and they gave him less than a year to live. He barely made it 6 months after his diagnosis. He was in the hospital the last 6 days of his life. He had a DNR, and as hard as it was, I didn't argue with him about it. 2 days before he passed, he was in and out of consciousness and was barely able to talk. Last night, he was able to communicate that he really wanted me to go home and check on the dogs. This was just after 3 a.m. I told him I would do that, and then I'd be right back. He gave a small smile and nodded. It took 20 minutes for me to get home, and 10 minutes after walking through the door, the hospital called and said he had passed. I felt so guilty, until I thought he knew there was already someone with the dogs, but he insisted that I check on them. Perhaps he didn't want me there at the time. I don't know. I still don't know. Now, what I do know is the morning after he passed, I had a missed call from his phone that had been in my purse the whole time he was in the hospital. The call was made at 3:47 a.m. and the voicemail that was left said, "Thank you for everything, sweetheart. I love you." That message was left in my stepdad's perfect loving voice, not the raspy, out-of-breath, strained voice he had moments before he died. Some people have said that it may have been an old message that I had just received that morning, but either way, I thought it was amazing. My skepticism regarding the paranormal and supernatural all changed about 3 years ago, as of writing this, right on the day my son was born. At the time, I worked the night shift, so I was dozing in and out of sleep during the middle of the day. My wife was laid up in bed next to me, and it was fairly quiet in the house that day. Whilst coming in and out of sleep, I got an overwhelming feeling that a third person had entered the room. I wish words could explain it better than that, but it was just an undeniable sense that someone was there. It felt like a warm, loving energy. As I was coming back into consciousness, a loud burst of light exploded in front of my eyes, and I heard a loud bang. I had experienced exploding head syndrome on a few occasions before, so it didn't alarm me too much. What did alarm me was my wife, sitting next to me in labour and screaming in pain at the top of her lungs. Rushed her to the hospital, and she had to give birth right then and there without any sort of pain medication. It was definitely hard to watch. My son was born over a month early that day, but has since grown up strong and healthy, despite his premature birth. I cannot explain what it was on that day. An angel? My son's soul entering his body? Me sensing my wife's impending delivery? I don't know, but to this day, I've never felt anything similar. I know it might be a disappointing story, since it doesn't involve really seeing anything, but I'll swear to the day I die that I felt a supernatural presence in the room that day, moments before my son came into the world. At a young age, before I was ever in school, I remember I had an open mind. So clear to see everything. My dad knew there were ghosts. He was raised to believe that. His mom is a Southern Baptist, but we only believe in light magic. We are also Cherokee. My grandma's grandma was full-blooded. She passed away with jet black hair at an elder age. My mom, on the other hand, didn't believe in anything supernatural. You don't talk about it in front of her. She was one of a kind. Her way or no way. She was also very jealous of me for no reason, or none that I could find to be jealous of. I'm an only child, so that made it more rough growing up. So I'm young, and I remember seeing all these little people. Little doorways they came in and out of that no one other than me can see. They would talk to me. They lived in the walls. I'd be fully awake, playing outside in the bright sun, and they'd be outside with me. They watched over me, protected me, and I'd also talk to them. One day, my father asked me who I was talking to. I remember the way he acted when I told him. He told me those people are not real. It was my imagination. He told me to ignore them. They were scaring my mom. It broke my heart. I didn't understand. It felt real, looked real. They would run and hide when my parents came into the room I was in, sealing their doors off. Parents would leave and they'd come back out. This was back in the 80s. My dad worked. Mom stayed home and took care of me. We only had one TV. Mom controlled it like anything else in the house. She would watch black and white war movies, Shirley Temple, Gone with the Wind, etc. She wouldn't even allow me to watch Old Yeller. I wouldn't know anything about supernatural stuff. It was not in our home. I still to this day miss them. I feel them. Don't see them. I just wondered if they had a name. Was it a bunch of ghosts? They dress in solid colours. I don't think they wore shoes. So this is a bit of an older story. I didn't get to thinking about it recently, but when I remembered it, I realised there hadn't been an encounter for a while. I thought I should reach out and ask for advice or thoughts. We've lived in our current house for about 8 years now. In our last home, we were stalked by or always aware of something living with us. There are several stories there, but that's not what this is about. We built our new house through a housing program. Help build your house and live in it for a reduced price. Suffice to say, my mum and I, who are sensitive to spirits, were relieved after no longer feeling what was in the last home. A brand new home without previous inhabitants to soak up energy or emotion from. Within a month of living there, I noticed a presence. Interestingly, it wasn't humanoid, which is what we're used to. I have a dark grey cat who follows people just to watch them, and a brown tabby cat at the time we first saw the spirit. The first night I encountered the spirit, I was brushing my teeth when I thought I saw my cat walk into the bathroom with me. It was a dark, cat-sized thing, so I naturally assumed it was my grey cat. I turned and saw whatever it was zip into the hallway. I jumped out into the hallway to reaffirm what I saw, but whatever it was now gone. To describe that split second, there was a small creature that had been by the door, but when I left the bathroom, it sort of lost its shape. I thought it was a piece of cloth or laundry that had been knocked into the hallway, but obviously it wasn't there when I went and looked at it. Later, my mother mentioned seeing what seemed to be a ghost cat that changed shape and disappeared under her bed or in her closet as a piece of cloth. Sometimes people would come over and ask why we didn't introduce them to our third cat, or fourth after we actually got our third. Sometimes, when discussing ghosts and or cats, a guest would have a blank look overwrite their face, and they would ask if we had seen a black cat in the hallway, or if there was a black cat in the house. It was a little funny when they realised what they saw wasn't a physical form or really there. I've had friends stay over and mention a black cat, and one explicitly described a cat shape climbing on my clothes in my closet. We later discussed it as a family to find out my little sister had seen the spirit too. My father dismissed it, but that would be expected by at least one family member. We've all had separate experiences with the spirit and have all had guests who mentioned it. Our other cats were never bothered by the spirit, and it never seemed to bother them either. My mother dubbed him Chintz because he always would turn into a cloth shape when spotted and disappear. He's a cat if you don't look directly at him or acknowledge him, but quickly turns into a cloth or mouldable shape once he realises you've spotted him. We assumed he was a neighbourhood cat that had passed away and found a new family or new cats to hang around with. Unfortunately, we stopped seeing him. I think he was still there. Sometimes I'd catch a black, small shadow moving in the corner of my eye, but couldn't catch it if it was Chintz. I could still feel him sometimes, hopping onto the bed when there was no weight shift and no cat when you looked. I guess sometimes he's just content that we know he's there, but doesn't have the energy to show himself physically. So backstory. I believe in ghosts. My old house used to be a barn for my aunt's horses until it was refitted for living. My parents lived there for 10 years until we moved in 2009, but my aunt died a month after I was born in 2002. A few days after, a quarter dropped and rolled to the exact threshold of my parents' room. For the next 7 years, my sister could hear footsteps above her room at night, which should have been impossible, because that house had the first floor, a 3-foot crawl space, and then the attic. You couldn't hear somebody in the attic, but the crawling sounds different from heavy thuds from a boot. We moved in 2009, and weird stuff happens here too. My sister almost every night heard a person walk from my brother's upstairs room down the hall to her room, but never back. One time, when her boyfriend was watching the house, he swore on his life he saw a faint woman looking around the corner of my sister's room right at him one night when he woke up, and after seeing a picture, was convinced it was my aunt. So I was probably 10, watching TV in our main living room, which shares a wall with the bottom of my sister's room. I'm sitting there eating when suddenly I hear a huge boom, boom, boom. I instantly get freaked because it sounds like it's coming from a stomping 300-pound guy. I brush it off, still wary when I hear it again, slightly louder with a few more. I knew it couldn't be a robber because her window is over a flat wall next to our backyard with like a 10-foot drop. Ruling that out, I get so freaked out, I book it out of that room into the garage, across our cul-de-sac, and bang on my best friend's door and tell him he needs to come hear this. When he gets in, we watch TV for a while, but nothing happens. It happened for a while after that, a couple of years, but has since stopped. Every now and again we hear something, but we know it's not a person. It was the summer of 2005, and I was about to enter high school. Having just turned 14, and now having access to the internet at home, I spent a lot of that summer staying up late at night. I used to go to bed around 10 p.m, but now it's different. 12 a.m, 1 a.m, and sometimes even 2. My parents didn't care, as long as I didn't do anything too crazy. So I mostly spent that time playing games and talking to friends online. I never really thought much about it at the time, but every once in a while it would get late and I'd randomly spook myself. I guess it was just the weird feeling of being up alone so late. Nothing never really came of that, nor did I expect it to. But then, one night, things changed. Around 2 to 2:30 a.m, I remember looking to my left at my doorway and seeing what looked like a beam of light step out of my sight. As soon as I saw this, I'll admit that I freaked, and I ran and pulled the covers from my bed over my head. Actually, ended up sleeping in the living room that night because my room just freaked me out. I remember friends asking why I vanished that night, but I felt stupid telling them. Obviously, I was just tired and seeing things, so I kept it a secret. Nothing else happened to me for quite a while. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, but I started hearing whispers around the house. No, not ghosts. My parents. They began talking to each other when they assumed I couldn't hear, and the things I heard them say completely caught me off guard. It wasn't until years later they were willing to tell me, but apparently, around the same time, they too were seeing and hearing strange things. One night, my dad walked into my room and gave me a funny look before walking out. According to him, he followed my mom there, but my mom was nowhere to be seen. She was actually in our room sound asleep. My dad told my mom this story assuming I couldn't hear, but I was listening. I also found out about the neighbours seeing a lady sitting out under our front yard tree. I heard about stories of strange sounds and things going missing. Eventually, I too told my parents what I had seen that night, which is when they came clean with me. After that, over the next 10 to 15 years, things continued to be just a bit weird. One night we watched my doorknob turn and let our dog into my room. Explained how she kept getting in when we were gone. Things continued to go missing, only to reappear in odd places. Around Christmas, music boxes would play on their own another time, and the fan started moving slowly on its own as a dark shadow crossed it. Things just continued to happen, and still to this day. We came to call this thing Elsie, the lady who used to live in the house. But this is only a fraction of the things that were to come. While I never did see her again personally, that doesn't mean others haven't. After the whole music box and ceiling fan things kind of went quiet for a while. There was one night when my cousin was over and my closet door flew open on its own. But that could have been something that just fell and knocked it. It wasn't really until the Christmas of 2019 that something would happen to me again. Still living at home at the time, I was once again up late at night playing a game and talking to some friends online. This wasn't unusual for me at all, but typically I'd go to bed before 2:30. That night, however, I was wrapped up in the story of my new game, and I lost track of time. So I went to go to bed, and as I was about to turn the light off, I felt something hit the back of my leg. Shocked the heck out of me, because I wasn't expecting it. But what's weird was what it was. It seemed to be the broken wheel off of my old desk chair I got rid of. Confused as heck, and freaked out both at the same time, I took some pictures of it to prove I wasn't crazy, and instantly sent them to my friend I'd been talking to. I have no idea where it came from, or how it hit the back of my leg. Chair had been gone for at least 5 to 6 years at that point. After this, the things that happened were just more weird, but nothing major. The cat sleeps in the basement, for example, with the door locked. And there's been multiple times where he's gotten himself out and jumped on me to wake me up. Could chalk that up to forgetting to put him in the basement, but when you personally double check the night before, only to be woken up by the cat, that's just weird. But yeah, the wheel thing was the last real thing to ever happen to me in that house. My fiancée, on the other hand, we warned her that weird things happened in the house, and during one of the first nights she stayed over, she experienced it for herself. She was sleeping on the couch one Saturday, and I was in my room. That's when we both heard and were woken up by the front door opening and closing. I instantly assumed it was someone letting the cat outside, and rolled over and went back to sleep. As for her, well, she sat up on the couch and looked, only to see my mom in a white nightgown standing at the door, just looking out with her hands up against the glass. She thought, that's weird, what is she doing? And then just lied back down and went to sleep. Yeah, my mom doesn't own a white nightgown, nor has she ever been told the details of stories of what had been seen in that house. Just like the time my dad thought my mom walked into my room because he saw the back of her nightgown. Or the random time another cousin of mine claimed she saw a lady in white walk into our kitchen. What she saw matched up exactly with what other people had seen. And yes, my mom never did get up that morning to let the cat out. It wasn't there. Since then, we've both moved out of that house. And so far at our new one, nothing strange has happened. My parents still live there, so more things could happen. But for now, that's pretty much everything I can remember. I've lived in one house for 9 years, and lots of creepy stuff had happened there, and I always get chills talking about it. In grade 2 or 3, I was cleaning my room, and I had one of those things that would lift up the bed and you could put stuff under it. I had a sock under there, and I started to crawl under my bed to grab it, until I heard a female voice humming right behind me. The only thing right behind me were dolls. The dolls were very old and were from my great-great-grandma. That's not the only time something happened with my dolls. My cousins were staying with us for about a day or so. I don't remember why, but I think my oldest cousin was babysitting us. When they were leaving, my dolls were all facing towards the wall, since I felt uncomfortable at night because they were always looking at my bed. My cousin had checked out the dolls, and I watched her turn the doll towards the wall. After dropping them off at their house, we had left to go home. After arriving home, I had gone to my room to go to bed. I walked into my room to see 3 of my dolls facing towards my bed. My mum and I had always experienced paranormal things in that house, but in grade 4, I had moved to a small town. We had moved into a townhouse and we were the last on the row. I never felt anything weird in that house until grade 5 when it all started. I would always get unknown scratch marks and random marks. It started out small and then it grew. I was home alone one day since school was off and my mum was at work. It was during COVID when this happened. I was walking up my room to grab something or just chilling there until there was a huge bang from my closet. As I said before, we were the last one in the row. I was scared and confused. Another time, I had made ice. I was using a knife to get it out because I was struggling. I got a few and put them in my drink, and as I was about to turn on the TV, until the knife I was using got thrown across the room. I started to cry because of how scared I was. After a few minutes, I got up to pick the knife. I took a peek at the ice just to see it's still frozen. A few months later, we moved into an apartment and nothing has happened. But this summer, I went and visited my grandma. She lived in a 120-year-old house, a bunch of creaks and spooky stuff. The first day, my grandma was showing me the room I'd be sleeping in. While passing a different room, I could hear 3 knocks coming from inside the room. A few hours later, I was going to use the washroom. After doing my business on the toilet, I went to go wash my hands, and while I was washing my hands, the door had flung open. There was nothing that could have opened it. There was no gush of wind. Nothing. I ran back to my room, scared. There was this one room that the cat slept in that would make me feel like someone was watching me. And the owner before my grandparents had moved in, never finishing the building. And the room the cat slept in was the room they didn't finish. After staying there for a while, I started to hear people walking in the hallways when I'm the only one upstairs, since my grandparents slept downstairs. When I was little, I lived on the grounds of a very old manor house in the UK. The manor itself was used as a college for teaching courses and was fully fitted out to cater for people to stay for week-long courses. There were bedrooms and a fully functioning restaurant, as well as all the course rooms. My dad actually ran the place, that's why we lived on the grounds. The house came with the job, kind of thing. Anyway, at Christmas, when my grandparents would come and stay, they would stay down at the manor house as we didn't have enough bedrooms at our actual house, and it was only a 5-minute walk away. So one Christmas, my granddad woke up at like 6 a.m. and saw a little girl next to him. At first he suspected it was me, having wandering down to see them. But as he came to more, thinking he needed to get me home before my parents freaked out, he realised the little girl was wearing a bonnet and a long, white, old-fashioned nightdress, and looked nothing like me. She smiled at him and touched his hand. Then a lady in old-fashioned clothes walked through a wall, again smiling at him, picked up the little girl and walked back through the wall. My grandma slept through the entire thing, and although he said he was never afraid, he knew she would be and would refuse to come for any future visits, so he never told her. He did, however, tell my parents, who had already had many strange occurrences at the manor house, so he knew they would believe him. My dad said the thing that gives this story so much credibility is that the rooms they were staying in used to be the old nursery and the nanny's quarters. My grandparents had no knowledge of this at the time. He said it was all very calm and peaceful and not scary, albeit somewhat unnerving. In the past, I was quite fascinated by all things spooky. I was a horror film buff, loved a good book about true hauntings, and for many years I was a goth. And during that time, I learned something: kids are creepy, especially little girls. Although granted, Damien from The Omen wasn't exactly a ray of sunshine. But generally speaking, if there's a little girl in a horror film, you know at some point she's going to be climbing up walls or projectile vomiting over priests. That's just the way it is. Bearing this in mind, I can't deny that when I found out I was pregnant with my eldest, somewhere in the back of my mind, there was an uneasy thought, what if she turned out to be creepy? Of course, the second she was born, that thought vanished entirely, and I was completely wrapped up in how freaking adorable and perfect and cute she was. She was quite possibly the most beautiful baby in the world ever, but you get the idea. Not a creepy bone in her chubby little body. That is, until now. She's now coming up to 4 years old. She's extremely bright and extraordinarily eloquent for a 3-year-old. This means that sometimes she comes out with things you wouldn't expect a child her age to say. Up until now, when she has said something surprisingly clever, I must admit I do tend to be incredibly proud and secretly smug. But recently, I've kind of been wishing she wasn't quite so eloquent as some of the random clever things she's been saying. She's been saying are truly terrifying. I mean, like stomach churning. We're going to need an exorcist terrifying. It started maybe a month or two ago. She started talking about Leo, her invisible friend. Wonderful, I thought to myself. Imaginary friends are creepy as. This is always how it starts in the films. Now, I knew she has a friend at school called Leo, so I just put it down to an overactive imagination. Even when she would tell me that Leo had climbed into bed with me and was hiding under the duvet by my feet. I didn't let it get to me. It's just harmless play, I would say to myself, and then I'd give myself a mental pat on the back for being so sensible and grown up about it. There was a time I would have freaked out about invisible little boys crawling into bed with me, but not now. No. Now I was a fearless mum. After a few weeks, Sarah showed up. To my daughter, I mean. Of course, we couldn't see her. Just like that cheeky little bed-stealing scamp Leo. So now there were two. Fabulous. But just like she had an actual friend called Leo, she also knows Sarah, her dance teacher. So again, we just put it down to our imagination. All was well in the world with Leo and Sarah. They would chase around the house or have imaginary water balloon fights and hardly ever do anything creepy, like perch on windowsills during the night to watch us sleep. Then a week ago, we had my husband's parents over for dinner. We were enjoying a nice family dinner, when out of nowhere, my daughter started talking about her friends. Except now, there are three. Now, there's a Clement. She doesn't know Clement. There's no one by that name at her school. He's not a character from one of her books or from any of the cartoons she watches. I have no explanation for Clement, and she's not sure who she is either, really. Leo and Sarah are brother and sister, but Clement is just naughty. That's all we know about him. I would have much preferred him to be funny or silly, but not at all. He's naughty. Great. And then she blurts out, "And you know Leo is dead. Sarah killed him. Dead like your granddad, Mummy." My mother-in-law and I stared at each other, not saying a word, but safe to say, we knew we were both thinking, what the actual fuck? My lovely husband senses my absolute horror at what my beautiful angel has just announced at the dinner table and tries to come to the rescue. "But it's just pretend, darling, isn't it? He's okay, really. He's not really dead," he says. "No, Daddy, he's really dead. Sarah killed him," she merrily replies, in between two mouthfuls of chips. I felt a bit sick at this point and wasn't looking forward to sharing my bedroom with my daughter and her new mates at bedtime. So as we're getting ready for bed, she started talking about them again, this time adding that we have an angry lady called Violet living in our attic space. She's always cross and has purple lips. A fun fact about our attic space is it's not actually closed off by a wall. It just has a see-through banister to stop anything falling out, so I can see everything in our attic that overlooks my bed. I now know I'm never sleeping again. Awesome. So I said, "Sweetheart, can we not talk about them now? They're only pretend. They're not real." What she said next, and how she said it, will probably haunt me forevermore. Her face dropped into a scowl. She came very close to my face, squinted her eyes and said, "They are real." Then started laughing and added, "They're shouting, Mummy. They're always shouting." As she grew up, we heard less and less about her invisible friends, but I must admit, not a night goes by that I don't look up at the attic space and imagine an angry Violet staring back at me. My mom has experienced the same thing. So has her mom, and it goes on and on with the women in our family. I've talked to relatives that have passed on, along with seeing an apparition of them. My grandmother has since ignored it until I asked her about someone who claims to be her brother and talks about very harsh family details, sometimes refuses to tell me a name. I live with my grandmother and have had issues for a while with this one thing, I guess I should call it. At first, it was only appearing in photos, but now it's making the energy of the house feel heavy. It stays in the basement bedroom, and when I go down there, it bangs on the door, tries to turn the door handle, and at night, sometimes it growls and in a deep voice goes, "Hello?" I'll hear breathing in my room sometimes, and my dogs refuse to go into the basement and refuse to go into my room. I feel so angry all the time, and it follows me out of the house. I can tell because my eyes get watery. I feel heavy and I get goosebumps along with just the feeling of something constantly behind me. This hasn't bothered me until it decided to mess with my nana. My nana is a sweet lady that doesn't need any issues with the paranormal. Well, the other night, she woke up with the feeling of being choked and seeing something stand above her bed. She closed her eyes and said the Lord's Prayer and it went away. She has me go downstairs now to do the laundry, fold the clothes and clean up. Well, I guess I messed up pretty bad because I finally saw the apparition in daylight. It's always been a feeling or only seeing it at night. It was standing in the corner staring at me as I was folding laundry, and I immediately got angry at it for messing with my nana. So I looked at it and went, you know what? Fuck you. You're just one big spooky pussy-ass ghost. I'm gonna kick your ass for fucking with my nana, you little bitch. Just fucking watch me do it. I turned my back to it so I could load the washer, and the bedroom door slammed shut. Now, every night it watches me sleep and keeps reaching out to touch me. Me and my wife recently moved into an old army home. They're offered to all acting soldiers in my country and are very cheap. Most of them were built in the 60s and 80s. Our house is at the back of a much larger section. At the top of the hill and overlooking a valley with a dense native forest below. It's very cozy and offers a lot of privacy with no immediate neighbours and a good view. At first, I had a couple of weird encounters that left me scratching my head, such as when I was walking from the front door to my car, when I heard a loud banging on my tin roof, as if something hard like an acorn had landed on it and was bouncing down. Whatever it was, it bounced off the roof and into the branches of the tree in our front yard, which began to sag under the weight. There are no branches hanging over our house that could have dropped anything, and I couldn't see anything fall off the roof, nor did anything land on the ground after it made the tree branches sag. I thought it was weird and mentioned it to my wife at the time, but just sort of brushed it off. Then there were the windows in my living room. Me and my wife live alone. I had our windows open to let the breeze in because it was a hot summer's night. And I decided to close them since it was time for bed. As I closed them, my wife called me outside to the backyard since she had spotted the International Space Station moving across the night sky. After I came back in, I sat down on the couch and I noticed the curtains were flapping in the wind. I walked over to check and the window I had just closed was wide open. I know for certain I had closed it just moments ago, and my wife was outside the whole time, so I know she couldn't have opened it. I asked if she saw me close that window, and she said she was standing in the doorway and watched me do it. I kept asking her if she was messing with me, but I just couldn't figure out how it could have happened. The last and most troubling incident is what prompted me to make this post. Last night, I went to bed just after my wife, who was already asleep. I lay in bed browsing my phone when suddenly I noticed I could hear what sounded like heavy breathing. I stopped and listened for a moment, assuming it was just my wife snoring or something, but she was sleeping right next to me, and this sounded like it was coming from the far corner of the bedroom. I focused on the sound for what felt like several minutes, while being paralyzed with fear. I was convinced someone was standing at the end of my bed. I woke up my wife. She was half asleep until I said it sounded like someone was in the house, which made her bolt up. And then she said she could hear it too. I then turned on all the lights and went around the house checking our locks and cupboards. I didn't get much sleep that night. Back in 2006 to 8, the Harbour Inn pub in Kent, UK, had a paranormal investigator and a tarot reader in for the evening, doing mostly readings upstairs where the restaurant was. While I was having my tarot done, the investigator stopped and looked over to one of the pillars. He said there was a ghostly figure in a Guy Fawkes dress standing behind the pillar and watching us. Apparently, this figure wasn't nice. At first, I couldn't see anything, but then I saw a shadow of a figure on the side of the pillar. When we finished my reading, we went back down to the bar downstairs. As I was walking down the stairs, I looked up and saw the face of a man. I can't remember what he looked like, but he had an old hat on. The owner at the time hated the pub because he kept seeing a lady in an old dress, and whenever he worked, she was randomly there. Later in the evening, the investigator and I went back upstairs and tried talking to this bad ghost man. He kept knocking on doors. I was also told that there was a little boy that kept following me around the pub. The investigator told him that his name was Charlie and that I reminded him of someone he knew. One point in the evening, we were talking with my hands dropped over the chair when I felt a little hand grab around two of my fingers. Nowadays, it's been run by someone else, and often I wonder if the new owners have had any strange happenings. When I walk past, I look up at the window and smile up to Charlie. I've been working in this company for 1 month now. So basically, I work in a small office alone, and the other person that works in the room with me, it's basically one of the bosses of the company. And he's rarely in the office with me since he has other stuff to do around the company. The fact that I'm alone doesn't really bother me. I can play my music while I work. I can be more, let's say, free on what I do. I still have to do my work, so I'm still busy. After 1 week of working in the company, I've started to notice some strange things. Now at this point, I want to point out the fact that I do believe in ghosts. I really do. But I'm not the type of person that if I hear a rumour, I jump to the conclusion that it's a ghost. I investigate it and I try to recreate the sound or give an explanation. You can say that I'm a skeptical believer if you want to. Every now and then, when I look at my monitor and do my work, I can see shadows or something moving in the corner of my eyes. At first, I simply thought that it was some reflection of the light coming through the window of the room, and I simply accepted that explanation. A week later, it was time to go home, and due to the new COVID regulations here, I must clean and sanitize the whole room. I was cleaning my desk that's in front of the door, and I was giving my back to the door. While turning, I saw something standing next to the door, and didn't really mind it since I thought that it was my boss coming in to tell me that I could leave the office and go home. I was going to reply while I was walking towards the trash can to throw away some papers, and noticed that there was actually no one in the room with me. That left me a bit shocked actually, and I thought that it was simply my mind playing a trick on me. You know, pretty much all the day alone in an office without anyone. I guessed that it's something that could happen, so I simply shrugged it off and went home. The next day, when I walked in with my boss, we found our chairs around the office and not near our desks. That was kind of strange, but I thought that maybe the cleaning lady cleaned the floor and moved them. So I simply expressed my thoughts to my boss and he said, "The ladies come on Friday." But the day was Wednesday. This actually gave me some chills. Pretty much every day, a pen or pencil rolls down from a table, and I simply think that it's normal. Maybe they're a little bit inclined and the pencils and pens tend to fall off alone from the table. But today, something strange happened. I think that this never really happened to me or my boss either, because he was as shocked as I was. A little bit of backstory. The company that I work in, it's a very laid-back company. Obviously you have work to do, but it isn't really a serious and 100% focused on your work type of job. The walls are colourful, the people are cheerful, and my boss is super funny. I really like this place because it gives all the creativity that you need to work. Some of you might agree with me that the mood that you were in and the place that you were working in influences your work and the way you work. I joke a lot with my boss since he's pretty young, and we tend to laugh and make jokes even, while working when he's in the office with me. We had lunch together with a couple of other people of the company, and me, my boss, and another woman that works there were walking back to our office. The woman wanted to ask something to my boss, so she was coming with us in our office. When he opened the door, a cold breeze blew in our face, and my boss joked about the fact, asking me, "Did you leave the window open by any chance?" We laugh a bit, but when we walked in, my blood actually freezes. There were papers and drawings scattered on the floor of the office, pens and pencils too, and everything was a total mess. The woman got scared and she decided to walk away. I totally understand her, honestly. The fact is that it was snowing outside, and there was no chance in hell that me or my boss would open that damn window. Me and my boss started to clean up everything, and at a certain point, he received a call. He went out of the office, leaving me alone cleaning it up. While I was picking up some papers from the ground, something touched my shoulder. The kind of taps that you do to a friend to make him turn. I turned and saw nothing behind me. This is the most strange and kind of scary thing that has happened to me so far. I'm not scared by this, honestly. If there is a ghost there, it doesn't really look like it's evil or aggressive presence. It doesn't really scare me. When something happens, I usually look around and then get back to work. And when I'm working, I'm actually too focused to think about it. It does give me chills every now and then, but I guess it's totally normal. I decided to ask my boss about what was happening in the office, and he told me that he noticed it and was waiting for some questions to come from me. I really like my boss because he's clear and sincere with me and everyone else. He told me that another person quit the job because he was too scared and feeling bad for working there. And I kind of relate to that. People are pretty sensible from that point of view and become scared about it. I honestly don't, because I prefer to have a scientific theory behind it and not jump to the conclusion that whatever happened, it's because of a ghost. My boss went on to say that he himself has experienced strange things, strange sounds, and things moving, but nothing more than this. 2 days roll by, and we came to today. My boss had to leave because his wife is pregnant, and she wasn't feeling well. Scared by it, he decided to leave early to help her if something happened. I do understand this, honestly. I'd do the same. So I simply told him that I'd take care of it. I'd close the company once everyone was out, and make sure that everything was turned off and stuff. If you're asking, why would your boss leave the key to a new dude around? Well, I don't know, too. He was in a hurry, I guess, and tossed the keys at the first person that he found, and that was me. So I simply waited at the end of my shift, went into every office to turn off the lights, and put everything in place. At that moment, I didn't realise the fact that I was alone in the whole establishment, so I went room by room to turn off the lights. I've noticed that there was another person in the establishment, and he helped me to clean stuff and turn off everything. Once we finished, we headed out to close the main door in the gate. We then noticed that there was a light still on. I simply told my coworker not to worry, that I'll think about it, and that he could go home. My coworker left, and I went inside to turn off the light and close everything back again. Not gonna lie, it was a bit scary. Because a cheerful and happy place like that, in the darkness and without anyone going around, really looks scary and not welcoming. So I simply took a deep breath and walked towards the office with the lights on. I opened the door and a cold breeze blows in my face. It was indeed pretty cold in the whole establishment, so I simply think that when I moved the door, some air movement could have created the breeze. So I simply shrugged it off, reached the switch and turned it off. In that moment, I heard footsteps running down the stairs. I peeked with my head to look in the hallway, and it was all dark and I couldn't see much. At that moment, I was pretty scared. Who wouldn't, after all? My scientific thoughts start to look for an explanation that would make me more comfortable and sort of, I don't know, safe. It's a sort of self-defense that I have, I guess. So I went on to think about something that could explain it, but I wasn't able to find anything. I was stunned in the place, waiting for something to happen. I don't know, honestly, and I didn't do what I was expecting to happen. I was scared, you could say. I decided to gather my courage and make a run for the front door. I simply ran without thinking about anything. I slammed the door behind me, closed it, and closed the gate. Once outside, I took some deep breaths and regained control over my body. Hopped in my car and drove back home. That's all. Now, it's pretty obvious that there is something in there, and honestly, I'm not scared of it. I guess that if it was an evil presence, he or she would have tried to hurt me in that moment. I think that it's something that is there and doesn't want to harm or do anything. I'm not scared of this presence, so far. And my boss neither, apparently. He's pretty relaxed about it. He's been there for nearly a year, and he told me that nothing really bad happened. Just something annoying like papers on the ground or pens rolling off a table. Nothing much. This kind of makes me more relaxed. I've kept a tab open on all these weird stuff happening during the week. And in this week, nothing special really happened, except for one simple event that involved me and my co-worker, not my boss this time. I was taking a break with another person that I really enjoyed talking to. We talked about random stuff, let's say everyday stuff. How's the work going? Is the family fine? Yesterday I watched this cool film and blah blah blah. Normal talk. We were drinking coffee in front of the vending machine as always, and it was a pretty busy day. I finished my tasks and even the other person did. We were waiting for our boss to give us some instructions on what to do next, and we met at the vending machines. While talking, I noticed with the corner of my eye something moving. I kept talking as I thought that it was a reflection when my co-worker stopped me after a few seconds to ask if I saw something. I nodded, obviously, and told him that it could easily be a reflection from the window, and nothing more than that. Even my co-worker agreed with me, and we simply went on talking. My boss simply popped out from a corner and joined us to give us some update on the next work. He picked up a cup of coffee too from the vending machine, and when he finished it, he threw it in the bin as usual. Me and my co-worker were walking back when we heard the plastic bin falling on the ground. We turned to see our boss, pretty scared by it. All the trash on the floor and the bin upside down. He simply looked at us and said, "I swear I didn't throw it that hard." I looked at my co-worker and simply walked away. This is the strangest thing that has happened to me. I'm not going to lie. I'm still scared from what happened the other day when I had to close the company, and honestly, I still feel the chills from it. I was scared, and there's nothing wrong by saying that. Everyone else would have been, I guess. But I don't want to give up on my skeptical part. I mean, it's pretty obvious that there is something in my office, but this doesn't really mean that most of the strange things that happen aren't associated with science or natural things. I mean, lights can turn on and off alone, but it could actually be some circuit problems or stuff like that, right? I woke up last night and it was still dark outside. I went to the toilet as I usually do. I wake up 2 or 3 times a night. Now, to give you some idea, I live in a small 3rd floor apartment, about 380 square feet, with my girlfriend. To the left from the entrance door is the bathroom, then a short corridor at the end of which, and to the left there's the kitchen, connected with the main room, with the table next to the wall and a bed opposite the table, on the other side of the room. When I was walking back to bed, I stood motionless in the kitchen. There was someone sitting at the table. It wasn't my girl. She's way smaller than the person that was on the chair. I was scared shitless. I wanted to run for my gun, which was next to my side of the bed, but I froze in place as soon as I thought about that. Then he spoke to me. Weirdly enough, it made me calm down. He had a smooth voice, nothing that seemed demonic. He was facing the window, so he had his back turned to me. He said, "It's not time yet, but do not lose your faith in me." I wanted to say something, but he shushed me and added, "You do not want to wake her up." He pointed at my sleeping girl with his hand. He stood up and thanked me for the water. There was a glass on the table next to where he'd been sitting. He made 2 steps in the direction of the window, placed something on the edge of the table, looked through the window, and disappeared. Just like that, he was there 1 second and gone the next. I ran to the window to look for someone outside, but there was nobody. I checked what he left on the table, and there were 9mm bullets. Then I checked the glass. It was empty, but I stuck my finger inside and it was wet, so there was water in there earlier. After that, I felt extremely sleepy. I couldn't fight the urge to get into bed, so I did that. When I woke up, the bullets as well as the glass was still on the table. And no, I'm not crazy. I haven't told anyone about this yet. I have something that happened when I was in 5th grade. When it was lunchtime, me and my friends went to a specific place that we usually go to whenever it's lunchtime. The place was a grass field, a military camp. It has a sort of military trucks and stuff. It was our personal playground, climbing the trucks. There's always this inconsistent tapping sound on one of the trucks. It's just a specific truck that's making the tapping sound. At first we were scared, but we eventually got used to it. But my friend, let's call him Mike, saw a beautiful woman with a long white dress. He told everyone what he saw, and of course we were curious. And we followed him, and he indeed was telling the truth. My friend saw the lady. Except me, so I was very skeptical. They didn't pay much attention to her since it was daytime, and it was rude of them to call her a ghost. But I still didn't see her, so I was looking for her, but found nothing. So after 30 minutes, we haven't really seen her since the first time. But Mike and 2 other friends left, and it was just me and 2 of my friends. Let's call them Gabriel and CJ. Gabriel, CJ, and I were discussing the white lady that they saw. And of course, I was joking around because I didn't actually believe it. But they always tell me that it was a ghost, and I got pretty scared. At that time, I remembered the tapping noise. CJ and I searched under the truck for something that triggers the tapping noise, but instead, we found the lady's feet on the other side of the truck. She still wore the same white dress. After that, CJ and I got scared, which led to Gabriel getting scared as well. So we ended up going back to school. At home, I told my grandma I saw a ghost in the military camp. I didn't even specify what ghost I saw. I just told her I saw a ghost. That's when she told me that there was a beautiful white lady that was roaming around that camp. Her description matched so much like what we saw, I was so freaked out. She told me that the woman is beautiful at day, but turns ugly at night. She later added that there was a black-shirted man that hates daylight and tends to hide in the shadows. The next day at school, we were hesitant to go back. But at lunchtime, I invited Gabriel and CJ to go back there, to figure out what was going on. Gabriel was hesitant, but accepted, since he never actually saw the lady's feet. CJ, however, declined because he was scared. So after we went to that camp, it's just me and Gabriel. We were trying to find a lady again, but we found nothing. After 20 minutes of searching, I heard that same tapping noise again. It was the truck 5 feet in front of me. I called Gabriel to come here, but he was far away trying to search for the ghost, so he couldn't hear me. So I decided to look under it myself, but I found myself scared as hell, so I went as far enough as possible so that it was basically 15 feet away in front of the truck. The tapping noise still continued, so I looked under the truck. I was very far, so I couldn't really see much, but after I concentrated, I saw a black man, a figure hanging from the truck. He was looking straight at me, and that made me freak out so much. I called Gabriel and told him to leave. Without any explanation, he was so confused, but I think he saw how scared I was, so went along anyway. After that, I was never going back there again. To this day, I'm still puzzled about what's going on. I've never really believed ghosts were real, but after that, I'm starting to doubt myself. I just had surgery on Monday, and I'm out of work for the next 3 weeks. I believe I've always been sensitive since a young age. Before surgery, people would ask if I'm nervous about surgery, and I'd honestly tell them that I'm not nervous. I trust my doctors, and I'm at peace if something happens and I die. I told them the only thing I was nervous about was becoming a super psychic and not getting any sleep for the rest of my life, because I have ghosts visiting me while I'm sleeping. People would laugh and say that's so me, and we all went on with our days. Well, as soon as I came home, I felt like there were many spirits in my room. I even saw a shadow person in the corner of my room, which isn't an uncommon occurrence. Knowing that I was just coming out from anesthesia and I was pretty drugged up, I didn't necessarily believe what I was seeing. I especially keep seeing this woman. I can't see her face, and she's wearing late 40s, early 50s clothes, just walking in and out of my room. I just associated this with me being drugged up. At night, I'd be visited by the shadow person and not get a lot of sleep. And during the day, it was this woman, and I somehow was able to get sleep. Well, I didn't believe this could be real until one afternoon, I was by myself for an hour while my caretaker had to go into work and finish up some things. I was napping on my bed and my cat was sleeping on my legs. I heard what sounded like someone opening kitchen cabinet doors, hearing noises of things moving in the living room, and I'm thinking my sister has come back from work. I heard a swishing, shuffling, walking sound down the hallway and saw the woman in the 40s, 50s dress go straight into my sister's room. My cat's head shot up and he just started into the room for the longest time. I saw his ears perk and move when we heard what sounded like her dresser drawers opening and closing. Then my cat relaxed after we stopped hearing anything, and I did too. I texted my sister, and she had a mild panic attack because she couldn't remember locking the front door after she left. She rushed home to make sure someone wasn't actually in the house. She didn't find anything, and we went through possible noise causes. She was nervous because she knew of my abilities, but I always reassured her that I could take care of the house and make it a safe place, even for visiting spirits. And I always have. But since I'm recovering and not totally mentally here because of the drugs, I know I'm not as strong and definitely in a weakened state to fight off negative spirits. I get a text message from my boyfriend while he's at work. For some reason, when he has a ghost experience, I'm having something simultaneously. Usually, these are much darker spirit experiences. He told me he was on his forklift and saw above him something in the shape of a human, but didn't give off real human vibes. It was just clinging to the ceiling and then disappeared. Every time that day he saw this thing that was always staring at him threateningly, I always saw or felt the woman nearby me. I'm wondering now if this woman is my protector while I'm going through my surgery in my weakened state. I feel very blessed now to see her, and I'm not scared. My cat doesn't seem to be nervous either. I haven't seen the shadow person much since I've seen an increase of her. My sister jokes now when I tell her when I see the woman. If I see her go into the kitchen, my sister says, "Oh, she's telling me I need to do the dishes. It's filthy in there." Or yesterday, when I saw my bedroom curtain move like someone walked by it and heard a weird sound, my sister recreated it and stubbed her toe on the stepladder I've been using to get into bed, which made the exact sound I heard. She said, "Well, I guess even ghosts can stub their toes when they come to check in on you." So one day in 2020, my mother left the house for the day, so I was the only one there. And I was just sitting in my room when I heard a whisper of my name. And it was a very tiny, quiet whisper that was straight in my ear. After that, I started crying and got kind of creeped out, so I went to the bathroom to collect myself and try not to overthink it, and just overall calm down. So I walked to the bathroom, and I was already on edge. So I ran to the bathroom and then slammed the door behind me once I got in. Right when I looked in the mirror, I heard the whispers again, but this time it started out quiet, and every time I heard my name, the voice got deeper and deeper and deeper, into my head like it was right in my ears. After that happened, I was freaking out and called my mother crying, and when I told her, she didn't act worried as if it was okay. I also have another thing that happened when I babysat my youngest brother, and this also happened in 2020, but I also have no idea when. While babysitting my little brother, he came into my room and told me he was hungry, so I went downstairs with him, and when he got to the kitchen, I stood behind him when he was in front of the fridge. I felt breathing on my neck and felt my name. I don't know how to explain how I felt my name, but that's the only way I can explain it. I immediately started crying and told my brother to go upstairs and got a knife and went around the house, checking every room. I feel like it's something. I just don't know what it is yet. First story is from my cousin. Let's call her Amy. One night, she was sleeping over at our grandmother's house and was woken up by something alerting her. Apparently, it was a noise from downstairs. Being curious, but also ready to hit any intruder, she headed downstairs and in the living room saw our dead great-grandmother. We haven't ever met her, but we know what she looked like because of photo albums we were shown multiple times growing up. Amy told me about it the next day since I was coming to visit. I lived 4 hours away at the time. We've been keeping it a secret for a while now. I don't think she got much sleep for the next couple days Amy stayed there. The next story is from my other cousin, let's call him Ben, and it links into the first story. So similar things happened again. He heard a noise from downstairs, and he was younger than Amy when she had it happen, so he wasn't as cautious, but he headed downstairs. When he saw our great-grandmother, he ended up staying awake that night because he was scared. He kept it a secret for a while, but he did end up telling Amy, who told me. When he told us what he saw, we pieced that it was our great-grandmother from the description he gave to Amy. I don't think anyone else in the family has experienced this, since my grandmother only moved in there a few years before our great-grandmother's death. So all my aunts and uncles already moved out, and us kids nearly ever stayed the night. We haven't told anyone either. Our grandmother has since moved from that house as well. Last story is from my sister. Let's call her Kim. That was in my old house. At the time, my mum, sister and I lived in the house. We were about to move again to the house we're currently in, so we're taking pictures of our house so we could sell it. And my sister took up the job of taking pictures of our connected dining room and living room. In the house, the fridge was in the dining room because there wasn't enough room in the kitchen. She finished the pictures for the living room and had only one picture to go for the dining room. The last picture was of the fridge to the left back door in the middle, and you could see some of the dining table to the right. She took the photo, but didn't check it fully since it was late and really dark outside. The next day, my mum was posting the photos but saw something strange. It looked like there were people in the picture, but when the picture was taken, no one was in the way of the photo. And the people were faded, like how you would expect ghosts to be. Anyway, there were 3 people in the picture. A young boy, probably around 12, a woman who looked around late 20s to early 30s, and a man who looked around late 30s to early 40s. They also were dressed weird, like they were dressed to fit in with the Victorian-style clothes. The man was standing in front of the fridge. The lady and the boy were outside looking into the house through the back door, and they looked sad, as if they were locked outside or something. My mum or sister remembers this since it happened a while ago, and I don't know if you can take pictures of ghosts, but I'm just typing what I've heard. So everything started in December 2021. It was one of my first nights being home alone. I was playing games on my computer when I heard my dog start barking hysterically. So I knew something was up and went to check on her, and she was alerting to something down the hallway at the front door. She started growling, and then I heard the lock on the front door rocking back and forth. I immediately thought someone was trying to break in. and the lock was rattling for about 20 seconds before it stopped. Then a few seconds later, I heard 3 thumping, creaking footsteps above my upstairs. This freaked me out, so I checked every room upstairs and checked the camera outside, and there was nothing. There's a glass storm door on the outside of the front door, so whatever was moving the lock was from inside the house. That was it for a few months, so I kind of forgot about it, until my dad started asking me, or my mom were walking the round upstairs in the middle of the night. Neither of us were up, and my dad said that he kept hearing footsteps and faint talking for 4 days before it stopped. And a few nights ago, I was up at around 2 a.m. when my parents were asleep, and could have sworn I saw someone about 8 foot tall standing in the pitch black living room. We've also noticed over the past few months that small things like soap bars, screwdrivers, and yarn would go missing for a few weeks and turn up somewhere completely different and out of place. The first event in December was about a month after my grandfather passed, so I like to think that it was him giving us signs. But every time something happens, it feels like my heart stops. Like something isn't just messing with us for fun. It's a very weird sensation. Any insight would be helpful. I smoke pot almost daily, and I've been taking prescribed antipsychotics since recently. When everything started, I was on antidepressants. I understand if you don't believe me, but I'm convinced it has nothing to do with any of this. Lately, I've been experiencing strange things related to lights. It's been happening for around a month and a half. The most recent weird event was yesterday. The events all happen at night. I haven't found a pattern or reason for them to happen. Most of the time I'm alone when something happens. It all started in July, the day I met a friend. I was helping a bartender friend of mine clean up just before closing the bar. A girl comes in right when the bartender is in the storage room. She wants tobacco, so I turn on the machine for her to buy. After finishing with the cleanup, I started making a joint, but I realized I didn't have rolling paper. I went outside to ask for one, and I saw the girl from before. She told me she had it at home and that she lived nearby. While we were there, we got along really well, so I told her we could smoke together in a park near her house. This park is right next to an industrial zone. I work in a company nearby. Behind where we were sitting, there's a warehouse. It's late at night, so everything is dark. Everything is lit by the lights of the warehouse, but it's still pretty dark. While we're talking, we see a creepy shadow that looks like the Western depiction of death. We start whispering how creepy it is until the person is lit by the streetlight. It was just a Muslim woman wearing a hijab that made her look like that. We start laughing and I had an idea. I started using suggestions to scare my friend. I pointed to a bush that was in the dark and I said to my friend that it looked like the woman we just saw passing. I began doing things I read online that in theory attract ghosts. For example, I read online that if you whisper at night, you attract spirits. I didn't believe in anything of the sort because I had never experienced something paranormal. After this, I told her I would walk with her to her home because she was scared. We stood up and we started talking. I looked back and acted as if I saw something and told her to hurry up. After doing this a couple of times, I realized that 2 of the lights of the warehouse we were next to were off. They're right behind where we were sitting. I pointed out to my friend and she told me she would walk faster. As we were exiting the park, I looked back and the lights were on. On my walk back home, I saw more strange stuff. I was having trouble sleeping because it was a warm night. My bedroom door was open, and I could see into the laundry room. I heard a creaking noise, like the floorboards shifting, so I looked up to the doorway. I thought it was my parents coming through to use the toilet, or something. However, I didn't see them walk past, and it was dark, with a little bit of weak street lighting outside. I kept staring at the doorway because I kind of sensed somebody there. I then heard a really deep male voice which said, "Tonight, you will sleep on the edge of your grave." The voice came from the empty doorway. I was so scared and freaking out. I yelled, "Go away!" Then there was this deep laughing that went on for about 5 to 10 seconds. My parents had been in bed and heard me yell, "Go away," and came to see what was wrong. That wasn't the end of the incidents in this house. The same address, about a year or so later, it was daytime when my dad, mum and I were home. My dad was outside. I was in my bedroom and my mum was in the shower. I heard a really loud thump on the roof. I got up and walked around looking at the roof, wondering what it was. It was then I heard footsteps above me. I could hear the steps moving directly above me, so I followed underneath. With each step, it was apparent it was travelling towards the bathroom where my mum was. The roof access was also in the bathroom. As I got near the bathroom door, my mum came flying out with a towel wrapped around her, nearly knocking me over. She was screaming out for my dad and panicking, saying there's someone on the roof. He didn't believe her, but then I climbed in and said I'd heard it too. So we got up into the manhole and looked around but couldn't see anything. We never heard anything up there again and never had animals or anything on our roof or around the property. Whatever it was very heavy. At this same address, I can't remember my age, but I was probably around 8 years old. It was dark and I was in my bedroom, which faced the rear yard. I had large sliding windows with curtains on the top half of the wall. The bottom half was solid fibro. I saw a light shining on the back of the curtain. I thought it was someone outside with a torch shining on my curtain from the rear garden. It was a circular white to yellow light with well-defined edges, about 10 to 15 centimeters in diameter. It was kind of dancing around the curtain, kind of doing figure eights, some other random movements. Then all of a sudden, a second identical light appeared on the curtain, and they were both dancing around each other. I was watching them for what I'd estimate about 1 minute. Then this is where it gets weird. The lights dropped below the window and curtain, and now appeared on the solid fibro wall. I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing because I knew light couldn't travel through solid objects. I thought maybe somehow the lights were actually coming from the inside. I just couldn't figure it out. I couldn't tell if the lights were three-dimensional or not. All of a sudden, they just vanished. This happened back in 2011. My first 2 years of college, I went to a satellite campus of a much larger school. They had 3 sets of dorm buildings, one being an old apartment building from the Victorian era. I lived on the 3rd floor of said building. The dorm was like an apartment. 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, kitchen and living room. In hindsight, it was pretty sweet. I shared a bathroom with my friend Ali. Ali and I kept having these very weird matching dreams. Always about someone we knew, and it was always sexual in nature. Me, her, and my other roommate Elle were all talking about it one day. Elle was super into stuff like auras and whatnot, so she suggested the dreams indicated that there was an item left behind in the room. We were like, yeah, okay, sure, but still decided to humour the idea. We searched the room and find this old pillbox over the mounding of our bedroom door. We were freaked out, but who knows? Maybe someone from the year before hid it. After it happened, more shit started happening. Temperature changes, random knocks on the doors when no one was there but me. The most notable was a stack of textbooks being knocked down. I was the only one there and no windows were open. The odd part was our weird dreams stopped too. Elle ended up building a shrine around it and things seemed to chill out. At the end of the year, I placed it back where I found it. We also contacted the girls who lived there the year before, and they had no idea it was there. First off, the only history of mental illness I have is anxiety. depression, and premenstrual dysphoric disorder. Not ruling anything out, but I've never had auditory or visual hallucinations, ever. Except when I did shrooms in college, but this happened way before that. So I'll cut to the chase. I was like 6 and had gotten into a fight with my mom. Of course, as kids sometimes do, I yelled, "I hate you," down the stairs at her. She said something back and then slammed the door that was at the bottom. Instantly, I felt this weird force, like wind, but not cold or anything, circling around my head. I heard so many whispers from many different voices within this odd energy circle. Instantly, I yelled, "Stop," and everything went dead silent. Like, too silent. I sat there for a second, absolutely bewildered. Eventually, I got up, talked to my mom and forgot about it, but it's always been in the back of my head. The only other weird thing to happen in that house was, 1, every night when I'd try falling asleep, what sounded like someone violently turning in bed. Like moving sheets would keep me up. And 2, maybe this is something normal, but at least once a week, I'd see what looked like lightning inside. Picture a streak of lightning, but inside of a dark room. It was always electric blue or green. My friend and I had a really bizarre experience on a bushwalk, and we've never really been able to wrap our heads around it. I'm curious to see if anyone has any ideas about what happened to us or what we encountered. We were both pretty experienced bushwalkers. We were pretty confident we'd be fine on this trail, even though it's not the most well-marked or heavily used trail, and we'd never hiked it before. We left at 8 AM and told family members where we were going, and that we planned to be back home by 4 PM at the latest. About 2 hours into our walk was the first sign that something was off. We couldn't get our GPS to work correctly. It was showing us as being in a completely different area to where we were. This was weird, but it wasn't a big deal since we had a map. At about 1 PM is when things got really strange. We had stopped to check the map. My friend said, "I think we took a wrong turn back there somewhere." Then we both felt off balance for a few seconds, and then it was dark. When we checked the time, it was 5:41 PM. We'd lost almost 5 hours of time. We also started hearing this weird, heavy breathing from one direction we'd been walking towards. It sounded like a person breathing right next to us, but we couldn't see anyone. And when we called out, there was no response. We live in Australia, so we didn't have to worry about any large predators. But you hear stories about weirdos who hang out in the bush and murder backpackers. We were both felt extremely unnerved, and we just didn't feel comfortable moving towards the breathing noise. And on top of that, we agreed that we had made a wrong turn somewhere, so we turned and walked the way we came. We considered calling for help on our phone, but we decided we'd try and at least backtrack to where we'd lost our way, and go home from there before calling for help. The breathing followed us as we walked. We were both feeling dizzy. We were convinced we were being followed by a serial killer, and we were too scared to stop and try and call for help, believing if we alerted whoever was walking to us the help was on the way, it would prompt them to attack. Eventually, I was too dizzy to continue, so we stopped and called for help. We were instructed to stay where we were and wait for rescue, but the breathing sound wasn't going away, so we kept moving towards where we thought we'd left the trail, whenever I was well enough to walk for a few minutes. The breathing followed. Eventually, we found a set of stairs that was marked on the map, so we were able to more accurately tell rescuers where we were. I fainted while waiting for the rescuers, and my friend tells me the breathing not only continued, but sounded like it was circling us. There were never any sounds of footsteps or any indication that there was anyone there, except for the breathing. She admitted by the time the rescue arrived, she was hysterical. We were both rescued without any physical injuries. The source of the breathing, our dizziness, and our lost time was never identified, and it was pretty much brushed off as the product of panicked brains. Even our families didn't believe us. They thought we'd just gotten lost and been too embarrassed to call for help. Shortly after this happened, she told me she was having nightmares about the breathing sound, and the dizziness and sense of unease she felt. She mentioned she didn't feel like she ever wanted to go bushwalking or camping again, and to my knowledge, she never did after that. That was pretty much the last I heard from her for over 2 years, until a few weeks ago when she reached out to me to catch up. We had a short chat, but we didn't mention this incident. Tragically, a week later, she took her own life. I don't know how much our experience played a part in her mental health. I know there were always many factors in suicides, and it would be silly to think that I could have prevented it, but I feel really guilty that I didn't try to stay in contact with her. No one else believed her about what happened, and I know that affected her a lot. So just for context, my parents divorced when I was around 10 years old. I was raised by my mother for my formative teenage years, whilst my father sold up and moved to Thailand to set up a business there and live a life of debauchery. I eventually reconnected with him a few years later, and at the age of 18, he invited me over to Thailand to holiday with him for a while. I dislike Thailand. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful people with some of the greenest landscapes I've ever seen. But most of the people are scammers, con artists, thieves, liars. And that's just the expat community. The locals take things to a new level. I'm not a fan of well-used ladies, and so the prostitution aspect of the country doesn't appeal to me either. In short, I very quickly lost interest in being there. My father's bars and businesses were in Phuket, but his home was in Koh Rat up in the north of the country. We spent some time in the tourist hub of Phuket and then headed north to see the house he'd built for himself. It was nice, etc., but I was bored with the trip and wanted to go home. My father then made mention of a temple not too far away, but was something special to see. A phenomenal building in the design of an elephant at Wat Ban Rai. He'd seen it several times already and wasn't interested in taking me. His paramour, Kessorn, offered to do so in his stead, as she could perform her prayers there, and so off we went. The temple really is a sight to behold. It sits on an artificial island surrounded by water, but the magnitude of the building was not at all what I was expecting, and I'd encourage anyone reading to take a look on the internet of images of the site. We walked over the bridge and inside the temple, which was full of fascinating murals. It was the first time during the holiday I was genuinely enjoying myself. Eventually, I'd seen enough and made to leave, but Kessorn asked if she could do her prayers before we left. Okay, no worries. There was a bench not far from the entrance, and I sat there and comfortably waited. A few moments later, a young Thai Buddhist monk came and sat next to me. He spoke broken English, and I found it quite difficult to follow his attempt at dialogue. He'd say unusual axioms, metaphors, and other sentences that I wondered at what he was trying to communicate. One of the ones I've always remembered was, "The devil wears many faces. Make sure he doesn't wear yours." I wasn't being overly polite, and perhaps a little stupid, and was responding with, "Don't go bowling without your shoes," or something as idiotic as that. We were managing to converse, but not really grasping one another's meaning. After a few minutes of conversation with the monk, I felt someone tap my shoulder. It was Kessorn, having finished her prayers. She apologised for taking so long, to which I replied it was fine, as I'd been passing the time with, and gestured to the monk who was now gone. I asked if she'd seen the monk, to which she replied, "Monks are everywhere." I acquiesced that there were numerous monks at the temple, but tried to describe the young one I had just been talking with. She hadn't seen him, so fair enough. We left. It was actually 20 minutes that had passed that she had been inside, but I didn't think too much of it, as time can be subjective if you're engaged in conversation. Nothing all that unusual there. As we got to the other end of the bridge, I turned to look back at the temple, as it still remains one of the truly impressive sights of my life. However, I saw unusual shapes around the temple. They were orbs. They looked to be of a full metallic way, but they floated around the temple. It almost seemed like they were vibrating extremely fast. The closest parallel of what I saw would actually be from the Mass Effect series of games, the orb in the engine room. They were simply vibrating very fast and kept disappearing and reappearing from sight. It was almost like the experience of seeing stars after feeling dizzy. I rubbed my eyes to see if it had such an effect, but they were still there. I asked Kesson what they were, but she had no idea what I was talking about. All she said was, "temple," with a confused look on her face. I was pointing and repeatedly asked what the hell they were, and even passers-by looked over and carried on their way like I was pointing at nothing and just being a nuisance. Eventually, I relented and left with Kesson, but not before asking her to take a picture of the temple on a camera. As we got back to the car, I asked to see the photo. There they were, except the picture had captured far more than I saw. I witnessed about a dozen with my eyes and thought that was unusual, but the picture captured 3 or 4 times that amount. Odd formations and some of slightly different sizes and all over the temple. I showed it to Kesson as proof, but she didn't want to look or know. She wouldn't look at it ever again. I've only shown a few people in my life. Some initially think it's balloons until you really look closely and see that they're not. Even the formation of them in the sky belies a natural behaviour of balloon. Besides, I doubt Thai monks would entertain such a display anyway. I have no idea what it was. Perhaps some expression of the 4th dimension into the 3rd, and that's only what 3rd dimension minds can perceive. Disembodied spirits? I have no idea, but it's doubtless one of the most unusual experiences in my life. This incident happened when I was about 12 to 15 years old. I don't exactly remember perfectly. I woke up and everyone was asleep, and my German Shepherd was by the foot of the bed asleep. My bedroom layout had 2 doors on either side. On the left was the hallway that led to my sister's room and was open, while the other on the right was the hallway that led to my dad's room and was closed. Both hallways led to the main living room. The living room had a slide wooden door that led to the kitchen and a window wall that viewed the porch in the backyard. That's the layout. Now I woke up because I heard a loud knock on my door. Nothing unusual, I thought, because my dad knocked loudly. The only thing lighting up in my room was a blue digital clock. Just enough light to see. Not enough to read or write clearly. Then I heard another knock and I said, "What?" loud enough to hear me through the door. Then the knock turned into a pound, so I ignored it, thinking it was my dad waiting for me to open the door. However, that's when I realised my dad was still asleep, snoring loudly in his room. Then there was banging on the door, like a hard double fist banging rapidly. Then I heard through that door my dad's door banging. Then my sister's. Then the front door. Then the slide door to the kitchen and pounding on the window wall all at the same time. I sat there petrified in fear at all the commotion. My dog was the only other living thing awake with me, and we both just sat there in my room listening to it all. It was even scaring my dog, who usually would bark or get up and check anything that could be a threat. This went on for about a whole minute, but right when the clock struck 4 a.m, it was dead silent again. Everyone for some reason was still asleep except for my dog and I. Even thinking about it now chills my bones to the core, and I have no reason to explain how this could even happen. For context, I live in an old semi-detached house in a small village in England with my parents and younger brother, and 3 large dogs. For as long as I can remember, household items have randomly vanished and reappeared days later. Things like remotes, headphones, jewellery, etc. Once, a lighter vanished from inside a cupboard and showed up on the sofa. A dog tag fell off the collar. We assumed it was lost in the woods, so we bought a new one. Just shy of a year later, it turned up under the dog bed, but we thoroughly cleaned the house weekly, including moving and emptying the dog beds. Chalked everything up to being forgetful or clumsy. We're forever hearing footsteps and whispers, but said it was the dogs walking or leaving a radio on somewhere. Almost 2 weeks ago, we went on holiday. Dogs were put in kennels Tuesday afternoon. Cleaned the entire house up, Dad went out, and Mum was at work. Brother was in the kitchen with me when we heard walking on the stairs above the kitchen and saw the wood bend slightly. I went to check that there was no one there. Nothing. Carried on. All evening, everyone could hear footsteps, but we decided it was our brains filling in the blanks for the dogs not being there. 2 or 3 a.m. came around and we all woke up for the taxi. As we were locking up, the outside light came on. It's pretty hard to turn on because it's in 2 cases to avoid water damage, and it's usually high up the wall. Takes quite a lot of force. But still, it turned on. We turned it off and continued checking windows, etc. My parents have a display cabinet for some glasses and a decanter they were given at their wedding. They're all pushed pretty far back for protection, but there's some pictures in there, and 2 corks with a 20p coin in each my gran gave me and my brother for good luck when we were babies. Both fell at the same time when we were all sitting. Mum opened the door to pick them up, and as she walked to get a cloth to wipe a shelf, a glass came off a different shelf and shattered. As I said, these are far back to avoid this, and it was a different shelf. But then she accused me of laughing, which I wasn't. I was really startled. She said it sounded like faint laughter, as though trying to hide it. Soon enough, the taxi comes, everyone gets in. All house doors and windows locked, no electricity. Then the driver asks if my parents are leaving the eldest to look after the house. No, they have 2 kids and we're in the van. There was a humanish figure in the window that everyone could see. Cue everyone getting out and doing a full sweep of the house. Nothing. We don't have a basement, and the attic is largely inaccessible without moving furniture in the hallway through a ladder. It could be easy to brush off his tiredness, but the driver runs a late night service while his son does daytime trips, and I work evening shifts at the minute, so it was like the middle of my day. Plenty of alarms in the house, etc., as we have an old boiler and they're all working. No gas leaks or anything. All have regular checkups at the doctors, and we have unrelated conditions. We just can't explain anything, and more keeps happening. It's just getting increasingly unsettling. To start this off, I'd like to say I don't live in a creepy house. It's old, but in a charming sort of way. Doesn't feel negative when you walk in. Feels like home. So you can imagine my absolute shock when I was laying in bed alone this morning, watching something watch me back. At 4 a.m. this morning, my husband left the room to go to the bathroom. Our room is decent sized, but from where the bed sits, you can see one of the 2 windows in the room. It being 4 a.m. in summer, it's a bit light to where you can see outlines and certain things. We have no animals. I laid in bed waiting for him to return so we could cuddle, when I blinked and suddenly saw movement in the dark. A dark mass in the shape of a head that had moved over the top of the covers, just enough to where I could make out the fact that it was moving. I froze because I thought it was my husband. Sometimes when he gets up, he'll sit in the chair, put on the headphones and play video games to not wake me up when he can't go back to sleep. I thought maybe he just got back in and I just didn't hear the door open, and that's why he was sitting in the dark looking at me. So I asked him, "Why are you sitting on the floor?" A few seconds with my heart pounding, no answer, and then I heard the doorknob click, and as soon as my husband walked in, it ducked down and disappeared. I screamed, obviously, because what the fuck, and had him do a thorough search, but he didn't find any intruder. I still can't explain it, and I'm scared to go into my bedroom alone. Back in the days I was still a student, I rented an apartment with 2 other students. Our apartment contains 3 rooms. One room is next to mine, sharing a wall, and another's door is facing my room's door. The student in the room next to mine set up his subwoofer on the ground and stick it to the wall between our rooms. So whenever they play war games on the computers, You can feel the bombings and explosions if you're inside my room. Everything seems to be good until one night, I got woken up by the loud noises of firing, bombing, and explosion from the other 2 rooms at 3 a.m. I was hearing my friends talking, laughing, and feeling the bombs and explosions. Next, I tried to cover my ears with my pillow, but it was too loud. I really couldn't go back to sleep. I rubbed my eyes, got up, and walked to my door, wanting to tell them to use headphones and keep silent so I can sleep. When I turned the doorknob and started to open the door, suddenly all the loud noises were gone. I didn't stop and continued to open the door quickly, knocking on the student in the opposite room's door, only to find he was asleep with the girlfriend on his bed. Whenever his girlfriend came over, she doesn't allow him to play computer games. Still, I thought he's playing a prank on me, so I asked him about the loud noises. He looked puzzled and insisted he didn't even turn on the computer at the time. One thing that's even more strange, he reminded me that the student next to my room had gone to his parents' house for the weekend, so his room was empty and locked. He left a spare key for me just in case, so I opened his room to check. The computer was off and nobody was inside either. I thought it was probably a hallucination, although I don't think so, as I never had such an experience. After the student living in the next room was back, we told him about what I experienced. His face turned white and told me he experienced the same thing around a week before. The difference was that night the other students and I were both not in the room, so he just thought that he's having hallucinations of some sort and didn't tell us. The same thing happened at 3 a.m. 2 weeks later, I woke up from some panic knocking on my door at 3 a.m. It was a student living in the opposite room. His face was white too, as he gathered us and told us he had just experienced the same thing. We were not clever enough back then, as after we 3 experienced it, we decided to set up video recordings at night, trying to find out what's going on. However, we never experienced this again and we graduated and left. We did tell other classmates about it, but none of them experienced the same thing. A few students who claimed to be able to feel ghost presences say they did feel something in our apartment when they came over, but they said so after we told them about our experiences. 5 years after we graduated, we attended some alumni gatherings and finally found someone who stayed in the same apartment before. He also said he experienced something similar. We discussed possibilities, a glitch in the matrix, group hallucinations. In the end, we concluded we probably got played and unharmed pranked by some kind of ghost or spirit living there. Yet we don't think we would know the answer.